Two-minute warning. 2-minute warning. One-minute warning. What number is that? 20. All right. We're going to call this meeting to order. Second study committee of the local government taxation, funding, and budgeting study committee. We're going to start off with a prayer by Chairman Victor Anderson, 22. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If y'all will bow with me, please. Dear kind and Heavenly Father, God, we thank you, Lord, for the blessings you rain upon us every day, God. We thank you for allowing us to live in this beautiful state, in this part of the country, God. Dear Lord, we pray for your wisdom, your guidance, and your discernment as we go forward to consider the business of the state of Georgia. And we pray, God, that you will lead us and guide us as we make decisions that will affect all of our neighbors, friends, and family. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. Now, just a quick introduction to the committee. We got some folks getting in here a little bit later. They're coming in, but we'll start on my left and move to the right, and then do a quick introduction before we kind of get into the topics of the day. Go ahead, Chairman Dubnick.
Good morning, Matt Dubnick from Gainesville, represent cities of Gainesville and Oakwood in Hall County.
Go ahead.
Representative Victor Anderson, District 10. That's most of Habersham County and all of Rabun County.
Chairman Martin, what's your number down there? 26.
26.
Right? Go ahead.
My name is Chuck Martin. I represent the 49th District. That's North Fulton, made up of the cities of Alpharetta, Milton, and Roswell. We're real close to Johns Creek and Sandy Springs, North Fulton County.
Go ahead.
Lauren McDonald III, Forsyth County.
Thank y'all. Chairman Chaz Cannon from Moultrie, Georgia. Cover Cook, Thomas, and Colquitt counties. All right, just want to do thank our staff for helping us put this together. Appreciate all the folks in the room to help us put it together as well. Want to acknowledge Speaker Burns for looking at these issues, really important issues we're continuing to look at over the next couple of months. We've already had one meeting, just a quick refresher. Had one meeting in Cartersville. We covered franchise fees for local governments. This one will be focused on financing. The next one will be on sales tax in September down in Moultrie. Our fourth meeting will be on property tax in Perry. And our fifth meeting will be on assessment and collection of fees on the 18th of November in Savannah, Georgia. So those are the next couple of meetings for this study committee. Just a reminder, overall theme for us is simplicity, flexibility, transparency, and we want to gather the facts, identify any gaps, and determine any policy implications that might help to fill those gaps. Those are kind of the issues we're looking at, and I think we've got a good group of folks lined up today, starting with Steve McCoy, our state treasurer. If Steve can come up and get prepared to provide testimony to the committee. Group 2, we've got some folks in local government for financing options. Group 3 will be Trey Bennett and Greg Griffin. Group 4, John Pennell, Trey Monroe. Group 5, ACCG, GMA, and Georgia School Board Association. Any questions from the committee before we get going? We just had one come in. Mike Chokus walked in. Good morning, Mike. Good to see you. Chairman Martin.
If I might just let the chair know and the audience, I will be stepping in and out. There's also a meeting going on in the Capitol at 10 o'clock in 403 that I have to bounce in. So if I step away, it's not for lack of interest in your subject, Mr. Chairman, just trying to split both things.
Acknowledged. One more coming up. Representative Holt Persinger. Glad to have you here, Holt. All right. Let's go. Let's get going here. Group 1. Which one am I pushing here, Mr. Staff Member? Table mic. There we go. All right, floor is yours, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor. That we have a slide deck, but I'll just go through some of the slides. But that we're focused on what the State Treasurer's Office provides for investment options for local governments. It's the focus of it. The deck is pretty long. I'd encourage you to read it when you have an opportunity, and any questions afterwards of some of the slides we don't cover. I'm glad to meet with you or any one of our staff. In fact, even come over to our office and we'll spend time to walk through any of those. Again, so if we will start with slide 4, is it that is also State Treasurer for the last over 4 decades has operated the Local Government Investment Pool Trust. And it's a trust set up by the legislature to provide local governments the opportunity to invest in the same securities the state invests in, receiving the same liquidity benefits, the same preservation of capital, and the same returns, and at the same cost. So we commingle assets in the Local Government Investment Pool Trust, and the benefits flow to the local governments on an equal basis with the state. We do not receive any more benefits. We do not pay any less fees. On slide 4, the Treasurer's Office administers the trust. I report to the State Depository Board, chaired by the governor. On that board, some of the members are the OPB director, the banking commissioner, the state accounting officer, and other members that are all focused on as fiduciary responsibilities for managing investments for and banking relationships for the state, and also investments for local governments. The state auditor audits our local government investment pool. In fact, they just began their audit yesterday. It takes several months. I know Auditor Griffin is here today, but they've done it for years, and we've never had a finding. The local government investment pool, again, is commingled. So it's local government monies are invested side by side or actually commingled in the same pools. There's no difference. They'll have a portion of the same securities as the state owns a portion of. So now go to slide. So we'll go over to slide 5. It's the next one over, and there the trust right now is at $64 billion. Of that, state investments are $40 billion. Local government investments are $24 billion. We have 4 different offerings, each of those designed for a different purpose to meet the needs of the investors. And that, again, the costs are shared proportionally. The returns on each of those offerings, there's only one class of share in each offering, and so everyone's in the same class. Now, if you will, go to slide 7. And this is a list. Now, we've got a lot of information in between. This is a list of the securities authorized for the State Depository Board to allow us to invest in. The board approves a policy, and then the policy includes these securities. We limit those based on what's appropriate for the particular portfolio. Doesn't mean every portfolio is going to have these securities in it. It means these are the ones we can invest in and do. We have trained staff, very experienced staff, both from a research standpoint and trading standpoint and operations. But every local government can invest in a diversified portfolio comprised of the same securities listed here, professionally managed with the proper safeguards in place to preserve their liquidity and their capital. We make a focus on, and there's years ago, there's a book called The Politics of Public Fund Investing. It's probably out of print now, maybe 25 years old. I read years ago that, and local governments are different than the private sector as far as the goals and objectives of investing, because often that we'll see is local governments and state governments have to focus a lot on liquidity, making sure there's funds there to fund their budget, to fund whatever contract needs, whatever bond proceeds or payments are due. Liquidity is paramount. Liquidity and preservation of capital are paramount. Then we look at return. So we manage risk, and then we get a market rate or even above market rate because of our size and expertise, and is actually higher returns. You'll see that as we go through the presentation. So now we'll go to just top of page 8. I do want to thank the House. The House and the Senate last year unanimously passed Senate Bill 441. We appreciate it. It was designed for the sole purpose of safeguarding and protecting state and local government funds and the local government investment pool trust. And I won't go through all the other details, but we really appreciate that, and it is going to serve a great purpose. Now, we will go to slide 10. And I've mentioned some of the benefits already, but about the investment professionals we have, but and the commingling of funds, the benefit of the commingling of funds is by having state funds and local government funds together. It creates more predictable cash flows in the pools. It creates economies of scale on execution and on costs such as custody costs. And it has worked out well for over 4 decades. We've never had a liquidity problem, and we've never had a problem with loss of funds. And and you'll see on the performance, which the board focuses at every quarter when the governor calls a board meeting, that we outperform our benchmarks. Again, it's audited by the auditor. And it's open architecture. It allows us to create new offerings to meet the needs of whether it's the state needs, something new comes up, such as when the Georgia State Finance Investment Commission on bond proceeds, we create a taxable investment portfolio in addition to their tax-exempt portfolio for bond proceeds. That we can create multiple offerings. If the board approves them, if they meet the needs of local governments or the state or both, then we can create a special offering for it, which we have. And we can also use sub-advisors. If there's a particular securities that are needed that we do not have the in-house expertise, we'll hire a sub-advisor. We oversee them. We currently have 3 sub-advisors. We do RFP. We look at price, we look at experience and capability. Invesco, which is Atlanta-based headquarters, Federated Securities, who is seen here, Steve Costello to my right. I'm sorry, I should have also introduced Scott Austinson, who's my Chief Investment Officer, and Steve Costello is here from Federated. And and so with that, and we also have Public Finance Management, PFM, which is now a subsidiary of U.S. Bank. All of them have significant expertise in managing public funds. Then, if you will, let's go to slide 12. And there's a lot of talk over the last few years about creating local government creating their own pools. And local governments have always had the authority to create a pool. As long as they enter into intergovernmental agreements with each other, they can create pools, and there's no problem with it. You've allowed it for years. What was being considered was allowing them to invest to create a pool, which is really a new security that would be an eligible security and would be in the code. And anyone who created a local government investment pool, which would be 2 or more governments together, then that would be a legal investment for all all local governments and the state entities. And that's when we were very concerned, because there are no controls in place for the long run. Whenever something's embedded in statute, then it's there. It's very hard to remove it, especially on a timely basis if the crisis develops. I've been treasurer now for a little over 20 years. I was invited the first time by Governor Miller. Then I left mid of his second term, went back into business. I was invited back in during the middle of a crisis with a great recession. We really focused on really safeguarding public assets to make sure there's sufficient liquidity. There were liquidity concerns across the board. I did leave for a short while, and then when COVID came back, I was invited back in as treasurer to deal with another crisis. And so we are focused on preserving that liquidity and making sure that the assets are safeguarded and providing return. If you look at the bottom of page 12, our fee for managing all the state pools that is 5.5 basis points, way below market. 5.8 is the average for other states. Local government pools that were being considered, the average is 18.6. And so there's a significant reduction. Now, in order to generate comparable returns, look to the right, you'll see that spike in commercial paper. A commercial paper is a great product, but it is a risky product. You have to manage the risk carefully. We invest in it. I also had a background at Lehman. I was a managing director partner at Lehman years ago. But Lehman did, after I'd left, thank goodness, but Lehman did, it was a very strong commercial paper issuer, A-rated, and on a Friday, it was defaulted on Monday. And the smart money got out. That smart money, but a local government very well could be stuck and have something that all of a sudden it freezes up. They can't get their assets. It was worth 33 cents on the dollar, 36 cents when it started back trading. It took 7 years to get your money back. Those who did, hold on. So if you will, maybe go through some of the risk on the next page, but to be glad to talk with those separately. But slide 18 is I would like to focus on. This is one that our flagship is called Georgia Fund 1, and it's $35 billion. It's daily liquidity. That we've got 540 local governments and state entities invested in it, that each of them have access to make deposits and withdrawals on a daily basis. And we've had no problems over the years. In fact, we get no complaints. We do not market it. We respect the local banks, the local governments, as the state, should have very strong banking relationships. And so we do not market it. It's there. It's available for them for excess funds that they're not keeping in the bank, and that they are not getting a return that they want in the bank. Then Fund 1 is the first stop, next stop. As you can see, our returns are very attractive. At the bottom, you can see the type of investments that are in Fund 1 as of now. It's a high-quality portfolio, very liquid. You can see the breakdown, the composition of the participants. On page 19, actually, just shows you the top 30 account holders, and it's a very good mix of local governments and the state. And you can speak to any of those entities to see their experience with Fund 1. I think they'll give it a glowing response. But these are the big ones, and they make up 64% of the fund. The smaller ones, the smaller cities, smaller counties, school districts, some of the authorities, colleges and universities. It's a broad range of investors, and I think you'll get good responses. It's meeting their needs for liquidity and a very attractive return. But if you will, we'll go to slide 20. And this is something we started doing right as COVID hit. When I stepped back is that the rating agencies were concerned about risk in pools, and risk of all states making sure they could fund themselves. We developed quickly a risk model, and it was a lot of work. In fact, afterwards, I was meeting with the rating agencies for the bond proceeds. Standard & Poor's commented they had not seen this before. They really appreciated it. It gave a lot of assurance as to how Georgia manages state and local government money. It's a risk model we run every week. We put it on our website every Monday. we're very transparent. We post our holdings of every portfolio on the website and make it available to all the investors as well as the public. So, if that needle ever moves toward the light to green, we have procedures in place to address it. And then if it ever starts to move there, then I notify the governor's office, the board, and we, if there's something that we cannot address ourselves, we've not seen it leave the dark green, it gives us plenty of time to address issues. Let's see. The next slide will be slide 21 that I'd ask you to turn to. And that we created a new, after the discussion just a few years ago about local governments needing more yield. And it's a very, very good point. What we did is we'd already begun having discussions, but we went ahead and expedited and developed Georgia Fund 1 Prime. It's another pool that does have credit exposure. It does invest in corporate notes, and it invests in commercial paper, negotiable CDs, which are non-collateralized CDs. It invests in asset-backed securities. It can invest in mortgage-backed securities. It invests in repurchase agreements, significant amount. That we established this, and we did an RFP for managers. We had a lot of managers that had experience respond. We had 2 finalists, which was Federated and Invesco. We hired Federated to do this one. They were the low price as well, and our goal is to have the best managers at lowest price. That is doing well. It does offer an option to local governments. What we do is it does require training. We set up LGIP Academy, which is an online training tool for local governments that they do have to take the first 2 courses in order to open an account in Georgia Fund 1 Prime to make sure they understand the risk as well as the benefits and make sure they're understanding what that pool is investing in. We require that. We offer that online. You don't have to be a participant. In fact, we've had well over 100 that have gone through the courses. I think it's maybe 150.
Actually pushing 200.
Pushing 200, and of which I think about 15 have decided to open accounts. Now, and it's good. They understand the risk. They decide to look at the spread, the benefit they receive, and they make the choice. We're doing something interesting with that in just a few minutes I'll share with you. But I would like to go now to slide 22. And slide 22 just tells you the return on those. And if you look at it, you compared it with maybe what you're getting on your money market funds. The return is very attractive. End of the quarter, it was 388. I think today it's 386. But it's dollar in, dollar out, just like Fund 1. But it does invest in securities that do have credit risk, so they do have to be very carefully managed. Then the next page would be 23, and just at the top, this is something that we're working on now, but we decided to put on the shelf until we took another step. We have products where we can invest state dollars in longer-term securities, intermediate-term securities, and we do. In fact, the OPEB Trust Fund is invested the fixed income portion. We do a laddered portfolio. We also, every quarter, we buy CDs from local banks, $200 million a quarter we offer to local banks. Those that have an appetite and a need, we do those and we buy those on a laddered portfolio. We can design that for local governments as well. And we also have the authority that with, again, the approval of this depository board to set up separately managed accounts, even for one local government. If they really have a demand for something and we can invest in all the securities that are eligible for the state, they can have access to those in a separately managed account. It's open architecture. However, we decide we don't want to design those in a silo. That what we're doing is we're creating a local government investment pool advisory council, and that we'll have local government participants on that council to help us consider we'll stress out each structure to look at pros and cons, how it should be designed to meet their needs and to protect them. And then when we've got their recommendation, then we can end up recommending to the State Depository Board. They approve it, then we'll be up and running. And I'll tell you a little more about that council in a minute. But if you would go to slide 24. This is just kind of a picture of what we recommend, and I've used this now for over 25 years. For when I was in business, I used it for other states, used it for Georgia. It works well. We do not, again, compete with banks. And so we encourage the primary liquidity to be first in bank deposits, and then a secondary liquidity fund one, which our flagship. But then also that's also daily liquidity, secondary liquidity in fund one prime. And then if it's longer term, then considering either the ones we're working on now, either a laddered portfolio or separately managed accounts. And by the way, when I mentioned the banks, one of the things that we do is authority we also do, and we have a state secure deposit program. Banks had a problem taking more local government funds several years ago, and state funds. The cost of collateralization. Corporations and individuals cannot have their CDs collateralized by law. FDIC doesn't allow it. It's the security of that bank and the insurance. Even has a deposit more than $250,000, they're at risk. The FDIC limits the insurance. You cannot collateralize. Companies can file bankruptcy. Companies can borrow with line of credit letters. They can find other ways to inject capital if they have a problem with a bank failure. Local governments can't, and state can. So we have a secure deposit program. Banks were very concerned with the cost of the collateral. It was really hurting them. It was costing them 20 to 30 basis points to manage the collateral just to protect the funds. We designed a secure deposit program. I asked 10 banks to come in to help us design it, to make sure it met their needs and that they were going to pass through the benefits to the local governments and the state. We designed a secure deposit program. It's a pool that reduces the collateral. The banking commissioner and I set tiers each quarter as to the amount of collateral each bank has. It's 4 different tiers based on their financial strength, and after their call reports are released. And for those that, what we do is it reduces the collateral.
Mrs. Treasurer, can we try and wrap up? We got a couple of questions from the committee. If we can wrap up here, please.
It's a very good program that has benefited local governments, and we don't want anything that could interrupt that program. Negotiable CDs, one thing was considered a couple of years ago, would. So the last thing, let me just go ahead and jump to the end. The good news, or the new news is we're now partnering. We've offered to partner. The board approved at the last board meeting back a couple of months ago that to partner with the state associations for counties, cities, and schools. So Association County Commissioners, the GMA, and then also the Georgia School Board Association to sponsor the Georgia Fund 1 Prime, and also a fixed income, a longer term product with their name, their image, their website, their portal for their members. That we don't want to go out and try to market these, but what we do feel like is a lot of them don't understand the benefits that are there now, and so the associations will have the opportunity to go out and meet with their members to make sure their members understand, make sure the members get educated if they're taking risk, and then we manage it, and they assist them. They'll invite in Federated to assist them if they need it, and so we're doing that. We have the first association that has joined us. Will be launching next month, early September. We hope it definitely be during September. Hopefully, then page 28 tells you a little about the educational academy that we have, the courses they'll be added to. We'll also ask the associations to appoint members, nominate members for that advisory committee, which is on the page 29. And we think that advisory committee will have counties, cities, and schools at the table helping design these products to make sure they meet their needs and that they're safe. And so with that, I have the authority to appoint other members. If all 3 associations do not join this, that's fine. We'll still invite some 2 to 3 of the participants in each class, large and small participants. We don't want just the big guys, but it'll be both for smaller and larger participants. And I know I've kept you too long. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Treasurer. I got a couple of questions. Start with Chairman Martin, 26.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Treasurer, a couple of quick questions going back to slide 18. You have GF1 return and you have benchmark return. What are you benchmarking against?
We benchmark it on Georgia Fund 1 against the average of local government investment pools. I think Standard & Poor's local government investment pool, they publish that.
In what area? The states?
No, all, I think
Well,
all.
if I may, it's the Standard & Poor's Local Government Investment Pool Index.
Correct.
Standard & Poor's.
It's over-
It's a market index,
Yes.
not what Texas is doing for their local
Sir, It's a
governments.
market of local government investment pools that Standard & Poor's rates and looks at. So it is specific to local government investment pools.
They
But
return.
okay, what I'm trying to get at, but it's an aggregate. We're not benchmarked against what Texas does, Missouri does,
Correct.
Virginia
No.
does. Can we get that for going forward?
index. Yes, sir.
I'd like to get that to see how our investment pool goes against that, because when you talk about what we charge on a basis and what they charge on a basis, that really doesn't matter. It's the bottom line of return. The next question, and I have a number on this. You brought up Senate Bill 441, and I had a question when it went through. I really don't understand why we feel like at the state we've got to sign off on two cities wanting to get together and creating something. They have to, if they're going to provide a publicly available fund, they have rules they have to go by, or they have to advertise it for accredited investors only. I don't understand why you think your board has a better way to look at that than everybody else that's putting together investments that are public. But let's hold that for later, because the chairman's got some time. But I'd really like to look at Senate Bill 441 later. My question then, are we recommending people to put a total of $35 billion in Georgia Fund 1 that has a weighted average maturity of 53 days? What is the average, the money that goes in there? I'm going to look at the 33% of that fund, which is 10 or 11 billion dollars that Georgia has. We have in a fund that has, and we're invested in securities that have an average weighted maturity of 53 days. That's money we clearly aren't going to need in the next 60 days. Is that correct?
No.
So why are we investing?
I said no.
Okay.
Now, Matt, you like to finish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, we do not recommend the amount of liquidity any entity keeps. They have the responsibility to analyze their own cash flows, what the amount of liquidity
I
they need.
understand. I'm asking
Wait,
about
yeah,
the,
we
I'm
do
asking
for
about the,
state.
I'm
Well,
asking about the Georgia, our 10,
That's what I'm
11
saying.
billion dollars. Is that $11 billion money that Georgia will need in the next 60 days?
Yes, we monitor that very closely. What we do is we maintain the amount of liquidity we need in Fund 1 every 2 weeks. We meet with the CFO, and we keep enough to clear that week or that 2 week period. And then we move money back from other portfolios into it as we need it, or move it out. We do optimize return. That is
So
the
we're
amount of liquidity
keeping
the state
$10 billion
needs.
in a sweep account?
For the state?
Yes, sir.
Didn't say that.
Okay, well, that's what I was,
No, the
understood you
amount
to
of- The
say.
amount of general funds is right now about a little less than $1 billion, right at $1 billion
In Georgia.
in Georgia Fund 1. Plus, we have other portfolios. So we have, you don't realize that we have GDOT has portfolios that they need. The Tollway Authority, a lot
Where
of
are those
corporations.
invested?
They can choose among the investments, either Fund 1, Fund 1 Plus, or Jeep Plus. So that's,
Okay.
again, we make portfolios available. People make their decisions on the amount of liquidity they need. That's for someone else to tell them how much liquidity they need. That's a fool's errand. That
Okay.
you need to have.
Fair enough, Mr. Chairman. We're just at the local funds, but I mean, I think GDOT has quite a bit of money, and be really interested, on a different take to do that. I'll do that, and I'll keep the rest of the things for another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. Who's up to 25? Chairman Chokus, or Carter Barrett, Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Appreciate your being here and sharing with us today. Would you, participation in LGIP, for example, for a local municipality, that's purely voluntary, right? Some municipalities will choose to manage their own money, or they might have someone go to the local bank and open a CD or something like that.
Yeah, again, and there's been a lot of misinformation as far as what a local investment pool is. As long as two governments or more come together with intergovernmental agreements, they can manage the funds and create their own board. They oversee it. It's their responsibility. When you embed something in statute saying that whatever they create is now legal investment for the next 50 years for every city, county, authority, that's when it gets dangerous. You've seen recently private investment pools. They started off fine. They became Ponzi schemes. They ran into pressure, had to leverage themselves, or they were dishonest, and Ponzi schemes blow up. Local government investment pools over time, if it's not governed well, then it does. You have to, if you just allow something in statute, say create a local government investment pool that's AAA rated by an SEC registered investment advisor, which, by the way, I actually managed one, created it, and again, SEC reviews you once a year typically, unless there's a problem. That's in the rear view mirror. You never would put something in statute that would let something, a pool that could become even as bad as a Ponzi scheme 5 to 10 years later, or that firm could be sold to another firm that mismanages it.
So
Again, don't put something in statute that says our pool that you don't even know is now going to be there for the next 50 years, and it's a good investment that you can buy without an RFP. Local governments typically have to have purchasing process they follow to select their managers and to control their managers, to have contracts. Going in a pool, you're just an investor in the pool.
So if I were a CFO of a local municipality, it might be a good idea if I had surplus liquidity to just avail myself of you to let you do it for me so I don't have to, and bring your team's expertise. Would you talk about across the state, how many of our municipalities do not avail themselves of this? How many of them have not been through your LGIP Academy?
That's from our end. We see 540 participants in the pool. That those who do not participate, we don't have visibility to. That's why we're teaming up with one of the larger associations now that they'll tell you about maybe later today. I don't want to, there may be press releases coming out on that partnership in the next couple of weeks. Don't want to get front in that. But so that's why we want visibility, so we can assist anyone who needs assistance, or someone can come in, the way 441 is written. If it's something the board says we don't want the state to actually oversee, but we'll make sure that they adhere to the same standards and they do the same reports, have the same visibility, and if something goes wrong, they could step in and remove that manager or protect those funds, then it can be done. That we don't have to manage the money. In fact, we don't ask to manage money. It's our calling where it's required, and we do a very, very good job. But we're not out soliciting funds.
Any other questions from the committee? Mr. Treasurer, just in terms of your experience with local governments, which, based on your experience, what local governments are not using Georgia Fund 1? And if they're not using it, then why aren't they? What's the issue there?
The reason most of them that do not use it is they keep their money with their bank, and the bank's assisting them. And so with that, almost all the large ones are using Fund 1. They use it judiciously. They also can hire outside managers for themselves. That's fine too. But we have those 540, as you saw, 64% of the big ones. The others are small ones. Some of them have dormant accounts. They used for a while. They don't have any excess liquidity right now. It'll come back in when they do. So with that, I would say, that after 45 years, almost every local government knows about Fund 1, and that periodically we'll have someone who, whether it's a new authority that was created or a change of administration, and they wanted to pull money out, not keep as much in their bank, then they would open an account. We have some, like for one city, we have 40 accounts. They use it for different programs that they create over time. And so, again, it's dollar in, dollar out, electronic transfers that is very efficient for them. And we don't want them to use it as a checking account, but it is available for them in that way.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to kind of follow up on the question that's been asked a couple of times here, you say there's 540 participants.
540.
And I'm assuming that would be out of the 537 municipalities, 159 counties, 188 school districts. What other governmental entities are there? Authorities that participate in
authorities? Yes, sir. Authorities, and also some library districts. School districts. School districts are significant. They're our largest participants. Counties are behind that, then cities, and then various authorities. And we also open it up to colleges and universities, and so we do have colleges and universities using it as well. In fact, and going forward, probably we'll be doing more for the colleges and universities as well as local governments.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Last little question. The state has allowed, like the employer retirement system, the teacher's retirement system, to invest in some alternative investment classes. I think private equity kind of things at a limited level. Is there a possibility that your office would ever do that to maybe entice some of those other municipalities to come participate?
I would never say it's not possible. For short-term, for operating and intermediate-term funds, it would not be appropriate. But for longer-term funds, if it depends on the entity, it could be the depository board at some point in time would authorize that, or would approve it for someone else, as long as they set up the standards for governance to create something to do that. But again, that's why the difference is that public funds are different. Headline news can trigger major problems, mass confusion, even runs. You've had a run on a fund in Florida when it's a $30 billion pool. It had $15 billion run out in a week because of misinformation about the number of SIVs that they owned back then. And the government had to shut down the pool with the Attorney General. They had to set up and put gates to keep people from drawing their money out. Schools need it for payroll. Cities need it for payroll. They were trapped. You don't want to put something in a pool that even misinformation can all of a sudden trigger and spook the market. And then someone says, well, you better get your money out fast. They're holding some alternatives that are, as you see today, I mean, even like Bitcoin, if you bought it right, it's great. If not, you look at what it's worth in that portfolio. Also, you have change of administrations. A new administration comes into a city or a county, and they say, wait a minute, look, what's the value of this portfolio today? They don't look at it, say, over the last 5 years, where did it grow? They may need that cash today, or they may say, they look at it and say, why do you hold such losses? I had a situation before advising clients, and there's a state out west. They wanted to buy securities, and that they also wanted some alternative investments they had in their portfolio, timberland. Later, the legislature decided, actually that was a southeastern state on that one, the legislature decided instead they needed, when the recession hit, the Great Recession, move everything out. They closed down, the legislature closed down their health care trust fund. It said move all the assets to the general fund. I advised and I said, well, it's hard to move timberland to the general fund. They'd already passed the law. It was signed. We had to find a way to make that work, and had to end up finding investors, actually foreign investors, to actually buy that timberland from them so they have cash in the general fund. You've got to be very careful with alternatives and make sure you've got a plan in place to liquidate any security you own. And it's very important. We do that for our security deposit program with all the collateral. We have a separate liquidation agent set up, a separate account. If we ever have a failure, we know we can step in. We've gone through it. We can step in and liquidate it, get the best price.
Any other
I'm
questions?
sorry.
Chairman Martin, do you have another question? Any other questions from the committee? All right, Mr. Treasurer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Want to ask Group 2 to step up. Tom Tite, George Jones, Jason Serini, and Kim Burke. A couple of admin notes. A couple of members walk in. Chairman Josh Bonner's here. Representative Flournoy and Representative Yasmin Neal, both here too. And there's also a public comment sheet. If we get to public comment, there's a public comment sign-up sheet down there by desk 1. You need to sign up. So we'll transition to the next group. And try and keep us on timeline, so y'all just kind of hit the high points and we'll keep moving along. Appreciate the committee's patience. All right, turn it over to you guys. All yours.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Don't have a slide deck, just wanted to have a conversation and introduce you to some colleagues of ours that have experience with different investment options in various states and what other states are doing. But I really just want to talk about a simple principle that public officials entrusted with taxpayer dollars should have access to more than one prudent option for managing their dollars. And right now in Georgia, that's not the case. If you're a local government in Georgia, and George will talk about specifically being an entity in Georgia and what investment.
I'm pulling the mic a little closer to you.
Sure. Sorry about that. Is that better? state code right now allows for your operating dollars to invest in Georgia Fund 1, as Treasurer McCoy just stated. You're not able to invest in money market funds. You're able to buy U.S. Treasuries, but most public entities don't have the skill or the resources to do that. So really they're forced into one particular option. Georgia Fund 1 is a great tool and always has been a great tool, but I think our argument would be the objective to protect public money should include diversification, and not only diversification of what's in the portfolio, but diversification of options that local governments have to invest. Of course, we were excited when Senate Bill 441 passed, because Georgia is now taking the step to allow additional options to exist, pending approval by the State Depository Board. So I think that's a great thing. It didn't quite go far enough, because even though you're able to do that, there's no effective way to operate a fund if it did get approved by the State Depository Board, and we'll talk about, George will talk about that here shortly. So maybe with that, let me pass it over to George, and he can talk. George was the Chief Investment Officer for the City of Atlanta, has experience in managing investment portfolios, to talk about his experience in managing these types of funds, and maybe some new ideas for Georgia municipalities to invest in.
Chairman Cannon, members of the committee, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I appreciate it very much. I'm sorry. By way of introduction, my name is George Jonas, not George Jones. So unfortunately, fortunately for you guys, I'm not going to be singing for you today, that's for sure. I've spent more than 6 years serving as the Senior Portfolio Manager and Inside Chief Investment Officer for the City of Atlanta, where I was responsible for overseeing approximately $2.8 billion of investments in public funds. I also spent a year as a junior PM at the State Treasurer's Office under Steve McCoy and Scott Austenson over there. My public sector experience is complemented by over 30 years on Wall Street, where I worked as an equity trader, research analyst, municipal bond sales professional. As a former public servant, I view my role first and foremost as a steward of the taxpayer resources. The responsibility of safeguarding public funds requires a disciplined investment approach grounded in the core principles established by the National Association of State Treasurers, or NASS as I'll refer to it going forward. These 4 principles are not merely guidelines, they serve as a foundation of prudent public fund investment and are outlined as such. 1, safety. Safety remains the highest priority. I think Treasurer McCoy spoke about that, ensuring the preservation of capital and protection of public assets. 2, liquidity. Liquidity should be maintained at levels sufficient to meet all reasonably anticipated cash flows and operational requirements, taking into account participants' composition, historical withdrawal patterns, as well as prevailing economic and market conditions. 3, yield. Yield should be pursued prudently and in a manner consistent with cash flow needs and investment objectives, recognizing that return should never come before safety and liquidity. And 4, diversification. It's essential to mitigating risk through the appropriate allocation of investments across maturities, issuers, counterparties, depositories, securities, and asset classes, thereby reducing the potential of impact of overconcentration in any single area. These principles have long served as the cornerstone of sound public investment management and remain critical to ensuring the safety, stability, and effectiveness of local government investment pools all around and other public investment programs. And that brings us why we're here today. The first 3 principles outlined of NASS best practices, safety, liquidity, and yield, are discussed regularly amongst portfolio managers, finance directors, treasurers, and any other city managers and finance professionals. They are fundamental considerations amongst every investment decision. However, it's often the 4th principle, diversification, that receives less attention and is frequently viewed as merely an extension of safety rather than a distinct and equally important objective, despite being outlined by NAST. Municipalities, counties, and school districts and other public entities have a fiduciary responsibility to uphold all 4 principles. The foresight demonstrated by Treasurer McCoy in establishing Senate Bill 441, a framework that recognizes diversification as a standalone principle, reinforces its importance in prudent public fund management. The concept itself, in fact, is something that most individuals, you and myself and everyone in this room, probably practice in their own financial lives. Many people maintain checking accounts and savings accounts, often at different financial institutions, just to avoid the concentration of all their funds in one single place. Investors routinely diversify their portfolios, whether it be a 401k or a 403b, choosing large cap funds, small cap funds, government funds, or owning securities across multiple companies, industries, and asset classes, rather than relying on a single investment. An example is an investor may choose to buy both Tesla and Ford, not because either company is guaranteed to outperform, but because the diversification helps reduce exposure to the risks associated with just one issuer. The underlying principle is simple. Concentrating resources in a single institution, investment, or provider increases risk, while diversification helps mitigate that. As someone who managed and invested more than $2.8 billion in Georgia public funds, I can attest that diversification is not merely a best practice, it's a cornerstone of sound risk management. Yet today, Georgia municipalities, counties, school districts, and other local governments effectively have only one local government investment pool, or LGIP, for them, available to them, Georgia Fund One. Well, and don't get me wrong, as a former user of Georgia Fund One, it has served local governments very well. Bless you. The reality maintains that a core principle of prudent investment management, diversification, cannot be fully achieved when public entities are limited to one single investment pool provider. Treasurer McCoy subsequently, as he stated, formed Georgia Fund One Prime, managed by Federated. And while this represents an investment vehicle, an additional investment vehicle, it doesn't necessarily provide the level of diversification contemplated by NAST best practices. Both Georgia Fund One and Fund One Prime ultimately operate under the oversight of and governance and framework of the State Treasurer's Office, and as a result, should not really be viewed as an entirely independent alternatives in the same way investors might try to diversify across asset classes, unaffiliated financial institutions, and investment managers. To illustrate, diversification is not simply achieved by purchasing two different funds from the same provider. True diversification is realized amongst multiple institutions, managers, and platforms. An investor may choose to hold assets at Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Schwab, not as a reflection of confidence or concern in any particular institution, more so because the diversification itself is a prudent risk management practice. The same principles applies to public funds. The dedicated public fund servants entrusted with managing taxpayer dollars on behalf of Georgia's municipalities, counties, and school districts, and other local governments should have the ability to implement a diversification strategy that they believe best serves their communities, providing access to multiple safe, liquid, and properly regulated investment options strengthens risk management, promotes competition, and further aligns public fund investing with nationally recognized fiduciary best practices. Ultimately, the objective is not to replace any existing investment options. Like I said, Georgia Fund One has served well. It is merely to expand the toolkit or put another arrow in people's quiver for local governments so they can better fulfill their fiduciary duties and responsibilities while maintaining the highest standards of safety, liquidity, yield, and diversification. To fully implement Treasurer McCoy's vision under Senate Bill 441, it's believed that 3 additional steps need to be considered. 1, establish clear guidelines and an approval framework through the Secure Deposit Board to provide transparent and a consistent path for prospective LGIPs, local government investment pools. 2, adopt standardized investment policy requirements for all LGIPs, consistent with the policies and standards that have already been vetted and approved by the State Treasurer's Office, as per, I believe it was slide 7 he spoke about, ensuring a uniform emphasis on safety, liquidity, and prudent fiduciary management. And the third thing, update existing statutory language to recognize all Secure Deposit Board approved LGIPs, replacing past references that exclusively identify the state LGIP with language that say something to the effect of all LGIPs approved by the State Deposit Board. These actions would help create a clear regulatory framework, promote fair competition, and provide Georgia's local governments with greater flexibility in selecting investment solutions that best meet their financial objectives while maintaining appropriate oversight and safeguards. By expanding options at the LGIP level, Georgia's local governments can better align with the NAST best practices while maintaining the flexibility to make decisions that are best for their communities. Excuse me. Providing multiple LGIP options fosters a competitive environment that encourages innovation, efficiency, transparency, and value for participants. As policymakers have often recognized, for example, Jim Jordan, Republican out of Ohio, in the House, competition can benefit consumers by promoting better outcomes and greater choice. In the context of local government investing, competition among qualified fund managers can create opportunities for enhanced performance, improved services, and greater responsiveness to participant needs. As communities across Georgia continue to face ongoing discussions regarding property taxes, sales taxes, and other revenue sources, it's increasingly important that local governments have access to safe, prudent, and effective tools for maximizing returns on public funds. Offering multiple LGIP options allows each local government to evaluate its own objectives, risk tolerance, and financial needs, and select the investment vehicle that best supports its fiduciary responsibility. Because different funds managed by different investment managers may produce varying results over time, local governments would have the ability to choose the option that they believe best aligns with their goals. Ultimately, expanding choices at the LGIP level empowers local governments to make informed decisions in their best interest of their taxpayers while preserving safety, liquidity, transparency, and core priorities. Chairman Cannon and members of the committee, thank you very much for letting me speak today. I appreciate all your attention to this matter and commitment to serving Georgia and its local governments and taxpayers. I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end or whenever going forward. Thank you.
I have one question. If you'll permit us, Chairman Martin, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, and I can assure you the sneeze was not in regard to your testimony, and it's in regard to fall pollen. My apologies for the interruption.
Apology accepted.
So thank you for getting back to 441 for me, because it wasn't that it's not good that we're allowing them to do it. My pause with it is we're saying every one of them has to come back and be approved. And I think what I heard you say, and my question is, hey, you're okay with a set of rules, we've got to do this, we've got to take care of the public money, but set those rules, and the approval process should be a form and a check mark, not a long board hearing, which may be what the treasurer has in mind anyway, but we're kind of in agreement. Make it easy.
Yes,
easy to do, but follow the rules.
Yes, sir, I agree. I agree totally. Follow the rules, have them out there, and make it easy for everyone to just make sure that, as the Secure Deposit Board has vetted each LGIP that wants to be produced in the state, then they have done their job to ensure taxpayer dollars are secured and well taken care of and professionally managed, as well as I believe the treasurer said, maybe whether those mean they're looked after by S&P and Fitch or whatever rating agency.
And the second thing, Chairman Cannon, is the Georgia Fund 1 and Georgia Fund 1 Prime is we created that as a state, if you will, to have a second option. I believe it's well, I mean, I'm looking at his numbers here. It's $35 billion versus 1.4. People haven't moved to that yet, and I guess the risk is slightly more in simply because the days of average maturity is a little longer. But would it be a fair thing for me to say this? In investing in general, if I'm going to, taking away the guarantee of $250,000 depository, I mean, let's just take that away for a second.
Okay.
But if I were going to, if I had $100, I mean, by definition, I would be safer investing, assuming the returns were the same, I would be safer investing $10 in 10 banks to avoid a run than I would picking one bank than do that. Would that be a safe thing in the investment world?
That would be correct.
And I think what I'm hearing you say is you would advocate additional funds to be allowed to be set up. So if I had my cities, or Alpharetta, Milton, and Roswell, if Alpharetta does a big bond, Roswell did a big bond recently, and they have those monies that come in, they would it not be a true statement to say they would be better off by definition if they put some in GP1 or GF1 Prime Delta Next, Delta 2, Delta 3, spreading them out, even if the returns were very close to the same. So by definition, what the state treasurer came up with, the run on one of those ones, the odds are infinitely smaller that there would be a run on all 5 of those funds than one of those funds. And that's what we're advocating here for today.
That is correct, sir.
But we're not advocating that we're going to tell local governments they have to spread it across, but they have the ability to do that.
No, that is their, as Treasurer McCoy had stated before, that's on local governments to understand the risk and understand their cash flow needs. But the education part, to let them know, yes, it is the diversification helps you out much more in not being able to have a run on the bank.
Just from a money management standpoint, do you find it, I mean, there's liquidity that I want to be able to get it if I want it, and then there's liquidity, I'm going to need it next week. I mean, that's sort of a sweep account that we talked about. In these bond funds, I would think that if, again, I'm using my city of Roswell, they've got some great projects going on, but they did, I think, upwards of $100 million worth of bonds that the voters approved. They sold all those bonds, that money came in. I mean, you got to stay out of negative arbitrage and such, but they knew they're not going to need some of that money for 3 or 4 years, but we may only be offering them Georgia Fund 1 with an average maturity of 30-some days, or Georgia Fund Prime with 49 days. They need another place to put that may not be a CD at their local bank, because I believe the treasurer said, hey, it doesn't matter what you say, that's only insured up to X. And you're advocating one of these funds being a longer maturity date for people that want to move that money into there, that want a better return, because they know they're not going to need to build the road till next year.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what I'm advocating for, but I would say
We're just advocating that they would have the ability to do that. No, I don't mean that they should do that.
Yes, that is correct.
You let them make their own decision, but isn't it true that if you're not going to need the money for 3 or 4 years, or 2 or 3 years in a city government, you can get a better return on a 2-year treasury note than you could a 30-day money market, that you would take that if the
that is correct. If we stay away from bond funds and let's say something like operating funds, right? If I know, like as someone at the city of Atlanta, I know that if I had $2.8 billion and I knew I need $100 million for a year or two, yes, you can go out and buy maybe under statute 3683-4, you could go out and buy some agency or a treasury or maybe a state bond or or any municipality in this state, and that you knew was a 1-year piece of paper to get a better return, as long as it was safe and whatnot.
Right, and you knew you weren't going to need the money.
And I knew I wasn't going to need the money. Yes, that's something you could actually absolutely do.
And you can buy what you're. Again, you're advocating for the creation of, not necessarily the use of creating a fund, so that you would have somebody that does this across multiple pieces of paper that's a year in duration or year in maturity, and governments could buy into that if it fit their problem. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that's, sorry, one thing before I turn it over to Mr. Burke here. That's what most other states do. There's multiple investment options that local governments can pick and choose depending on their cash flows or their risk tolerance and risk profile, and it's all not only in one option. And I think Ken's going to talk about why that one only option, Treasurer McCoy mentioned it earlier, what happened in Florida a number of years ago and what's happened since, where Florida has now multiple investment options for folks that got caught up, and maybe that's a good segue to
a couple more questions.
Just, Mr. Chairman, just to go with that, I mean, 10 basis points on $30 billion is $30 million.
Yep.
I mean, before you know it, you're talking real money, if we can give people the opportunity to do that.
That's correct.
Representative Flournoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. So very quickly, you mentioned about maximizing your investments, and I think this kind of ties into maybe where we're going next, but do we have data on the rate of returns or the yields as far as if it would be higher for local governments, especially when we're talking about different investment options? Do we have data that actually shows if we do invest in those different investment options that rate of return, that yield will be higher?
We do. You've got whether it's the National Association of State Treasurers or S&P monitors all local government investment options around the country, so you can compare what other folks are doing to what you're doing to make sure you're doing it properly, or you're getting effective management from the different options. So there's data that can be provided and shared with the group about all the different options.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Chokus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think when the treasurer came in and spoke, he talked that the fees involved were 5.5 basis points. What type of fees are y'all looking at?
It depends on the client and the level of services that are provided for the management. So fees on other investment options around the country range anywhere from what Georgia or Treasurer McCoy talked about, 5 basis points, all the way up to other funds that are 25 and 30 basis points, but they offer additional services in those particular funds. So I think at the end of the day, especially new options that might be created in Georgia, the investors are going to vote with their feet. So if the performance is not competitive compared because fees are too high, they likely won't invest in the fund. So it's inherent that new options that are coming into Georgia to complement what's going on at Treasury and what the banks are providing as well would need to be a competitive fee structure. If that makes sense.
Okay, so you're saying it just depends and it would be negotiated with each of the local governments?
It would be, so the way a new fund would work is there would be a board of directors of participants that are invested in the fund that make decisions, and the fees would be negotiated with that particular board. That board also could do requests for proposal to make sure that they have managers in place that have experience managing these types of funds and public funds in general.
Okay. And, would you help me? You said board, local board. Could you be a little bit more specific about that?
Sure. We actually have two board members.
I'd be glad to talk on that. In Florida, it is a 10 basis points, but we demand a lot of services from PTMA for that 10%. And our rate of return is competitive with other local government investment pools in the state of Florida. So it is a strong commitment. First of all, thank you for having us here today, and thank you for the...
A couple more questions before we get to you. If we don't. We got one more. Representative Barrett, go ahead.
Just talk to me like a 12-year-old and just really dumb it down for me. So a municipality can still manage their own money, right? If they're not pooling their funds, they're still... I could avail myself of the state treasurer's office and the LGIP and use that, but I might have $200 million or proceeds from a bond issuance or whatever that I could turn around and I could invest myself. Mm-hmm. Is it accurate to say there's a wide range of talent among the CFOs or whatever we call the person who's managing the money in a city or a county? Gwinnett County may have a very experienced team of professionals in there managing their funds, whereas a small city may not. That's right. I think there was a headline this morning where the governor's removing a school board. Mm-hmm. For having a $20 million deficit. Is it safe to say there's a wide range of talent?
A very wide range of talent, and not only that, if you're the finance director or a treasurer of a municipality, you wear many hats, and investments aren't necessarily the only thing that you're working on. So, to George's point earlier, the city of Atlanta has a full-time person that makes those decisions, but overwhelmingly most local governments and most municipalities don't have the resources and the access and the talent to effectively manage a portfolio of taxpayer money.
I've met finance directors that are the chief of police, the finance director, and they also service the cemetery.
So should there be an expectation of a certain level of training for these folks across the state? In other words, I'm thinking about Silicon Valley Bank, which closed in 2023. There are limited investments they can make, right? They're only allowed to invest in certain types of instruments, but there's still maturity risk and things like that. And should we not have an expectation of training across the board?
I believe so, and Representative Carter, we worked with you in the past on potential legislation to do exactly that, to make sure that we're providing educational resources to local governments to help them make those decisions, and that could be accomplished many different ways. You can require continuing education for anybody that touches the investment function at a city or municipality, and just try to make the constituent base more educated on the risks in managing taxpayer money. But I agree with it.
Representative Neal.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you for testifying today. So I just had a few questions because this kind of piggybacks on a concern that me and the chair issued during our last meeting, where we spoke about entities, certain people that occupy positions in local government are not specialized in some of those spaces. And even this, like a CFO is not a fund manager. It's not a thing. And so I guess my question would be, I would be a little concerned as well when we speak about, just go to some type of continuing education training, because I think it's even more detailed and more nuanced than that. So what would a local government need to do? I'm leaning towards it looks like they might just simply hire a fund manager, but what would they need to do to make sure they don't get in trouble in this space for not knowing? Because I don't know if ignorance is a defense when it comes to these types of things in court.
Sure. I mean, ultimately, you're guided by state code and what investments you're allowed to invest in, which is very, very high quality. In Georgia's case, U.S. Treasury Securities, Georgia Fund 1, which is a AAA rated liquidity vehicle, and some other highly rated securities. So you're restricted by that code. But even going back to Representative Barrett's point, even though state code is somewhat restrictive to keep people from getting into trouble, you still have to go out and buy the actual securities and purchase those things, and that's where the skill set, even though there's guardrails and what they can invest in, where you see the lack of a skill set, not for any particular reason. It's just generally finance directors come up through government and public accounting and aren't investment experts, and so they'll reach out to professional managers, which is why we advocate for these additional investment options, because you're bringing more talent and more options into investing Georgia public funds.
So do you agree that getting a fund manager would be safer?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that I would second everything he said and say, excuse me, that state statute 3683-4 dictates what, if you are an individual city, municipality, county, district, 3683-4 dictates what you can buy. That is different from what Treasurer McCoy put up on the screen as far as eligible investments for the state. Their umbrella is much larger. But if you're like in the spot that I was at the city, that is 3683-4 tells you, is your Bible, basically tells you what you can buy. And there's policy then after that kind of narrows it down a little more. But yeah, it's tough to mandate a small place like, let's say, Carrollton, that I drove through last weekend, right? So the person that's there may have been there a long time, or some of these smaller places, you have to be able to attract talent also to come there, right? So that's it's a balance, right? It's a tough balance.
Just so you know, in Florida, we're required to have 8 hours of professional training and investments, whoever's handling the investments for whatever entity.
Yeah, and I lean into this conversation, like I mentioned, that me and the chairman were concerned about last time, just related to all positions, because, for example, a very close friend of mine, State Representative Darshawn Kendrick, who's in this body, she's actually a fund attorney, and she's been working, on different legislation over the years related to investment. So as we move forward, especially we lean towards this, going this direction, we do have people in this body that are specialized in this work that could help guide and, put the two sides together.
Just a question, and for clarity, Mr. Jonas, or what kind of funds are we talking about, just for the audience and for the committee? Why do these funds exist? Public funds exist. Why are they there? And if you're the taxpayer, you might be wondering, why are they not being returned to me? So why are you trying to manage these funds? Why do they exist, and what kind of funds are they, just for simplicity's sake?
Sure, simplicity's sake, they're operating funds, revenue coming in from tax dollars, revenue coming in, whether that's sales tax, beverage tax, things of that nature. The city, I can speak for the city specifically, is bringing in revenue through fines and court fees, et cetera. These monies are then invested in the city's general fund and put in those monies then that are invested, and the investments that the returns that come back, those monies are then used to either hire more first responders or build more parks or take care of stuff like that. So that's kind of that's the monies you're talking about. It's just operating funds. And I think it was spoken about before, school districts and bond proceeds. Those are obviously for specific projects, which can be put in for certain timeframes, et cetera. So those are the monies you're talking about.
Thank you. All right.
Very good. My name is Ken Burke. It's an honor to be here with you today. I'm clerk of the Circuit Court and comptroller for Pinellas County, which is St. Petersburg and Clearwater. I'm also on the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association National Board of Directors. I just got elected to that, which I'm very proud of. But I served on the Treasury Management Committee of that organization, which pushes best practices in investments. Here as chair of Florida Class, and that's my expertise here today. Florida Class is a local government investment pool. It was formed 10 years ago, and was started by local government people, which we consider to be extremely important, that the colleagues on the board making decisions on the fund are people who invest in the fund. So that is extremely important. We engaged PTMA to operate the fund for us. The fund has grown every year. This year, in December, we were over $11 billion in Florida Class funds, so that we would consider that a tremendous accomplishment. It's audited each year, I will say that. We do receive an audit. It's by a specific accounting firms, which have the credentials, the SEC credentials, but it is a success. And why is it a success is because of the governance. The current members of the board of directors are the city treasurer for the city of Tallahassee, the associate tax collector from Orange County, which is Orlando, the clerk of the circuit court from Sarasota County, the school board treasurer for Miami-Dade County, and the University of Florida Health CFO. All government entities all have substantial investments in the fund and are on the governing board. There is faith in the program. There's faith in the program because of the rate of return, which in Florida we compete against other competition of the other local government investment pools. We do very, very well. And also because of the governance of the board. We're also extremely transparent. Everything is on our website. You can go to our Florida Class website. You can see all the rules, the regulations. Our meetings are sunshine meetings. They're open to the public. They have to be advertised. Public comments offered at those meetings. Very public process. Everything we do is in public in the Florida Class system. Interest is earned every day, which is something we're very proud of in the Florida Class system, because most systems have it where it's once a month or once a week or whatever. Ours, if you withdraw your money tomorrow, you get your interest as of tomorrow, and we think that's a great feature. We work with our investors, and there's the investors, and this is probably one of the big points here. Our investors all feel part of the system and part of the governance. And when they're withdrawing money, they contact us to let us know in advance that they're going to be withdrawing money. We have tax collectors whose money just is there temporarily before they give it to the counties. They let us know in advance, hey, I'm going to need $60 million out in the next few days. And they let us know this information. And so that impacts our investment decisions. There's no requirement as far as people can withdraw tomorrow if they wish, but at least we have that buy-in from all our investors, that cooperation. The diversity of investments is extremely important to me. I am chair of Florida Class, but I have money in another local government investment pool because that's a good standard to have. Just like you were saying, Mr. Chair, about the investing in different funds, it is important that you can invest in different funds, and I do that. The local government investment pools are good for local governments in Florida, and I'm sure they'll be good for the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Quick question. before we can move on, Chairman Martin.
Just a real quick question, and it won't get into detail. Maybe you'll be around if we have a break.
Sure.
But so everybody could get their money tomorrow, yet you can't be your assets can't be that liquid. So I mean, you're the chairman in your management. I mean, I understand you don't have to tell me exactly how to do this, but you have a plan for that. I mean, the likelihood of everybody needing their money tomorrow is 0.01%. So you have a scalable plan to pull those assets down. I know you have that. My question is this: you mentioned a tax collector who may get it, and you're somewhat functioning as an investment return vehicle, but sort of a sweep account, maybe not on a daily basis, but hey, I'm going to throw it all in there this month and get it at the end of next month. Does everybody get the same rate of return in your fund?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so even if I were to take bond money, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, and said, hey, I'm going to need this a year, I'm saying that, hey, I know I may be getting the return as if somebody's getting their money in 30 days, but I choose to do that.
Yes, that's
And if
correct.
y'all wanted to do another one to more cater to that, you could do a longer term fund, and what you lose is economics of scale. That's just you let your market drive that, which is the governments in Florida.
You're exactly right. And
So capitalism works.
It does work, sir.
There you go.
And we have done that. We've created term projects and other. We have 3 funds. The biggest ones are local government investment pool by far. The dollar is solid. The liquidity is solid, and the rate of return is solid. But we do offer a term product for someone who wants a longer term investment. And we also offer, what's the other fund called?
Enhanced Cash.
The Enhanced Cash Fund. And that one offers a longer rate of return on that. And the governing board governs each of those funds.
Do you take investments? Other, I mean, I'm seriously. I mean, I'm not saying Georgia cities can do it, but if other states allowed, do you take investments?
No,
You only take,
it's strictly a Florida
Fair enough.
investment fund.
Representative Barrett.
Are there any other types of investment classes? You mentioned maturity, obviously, and potentially higher yields because of maturity. Are there any other types of investments in Florida class that would just be something different?
One of the things that's very important that the board decided is to engage PTMA, okay? And they are our source that advises us. They have an extremely strong credit department. They're based out of Denver. As part of our board meetings, we go over all the inventory of every investment that they can buy. Not that we have the money in it, but the portfolio, and they make suggestions each meeting, and they have to back up their suggestions as why we take someone off the list, why we add someone to the list. And this doesn't mean even we're buying from them. That just means that they're in the inventory of items that we can buy as far as the commercial paper. There's a little bit involved with repurchase agreements. There's some in U.S. Treasuries, very little on that, some in CDs, but the most is commercial paper.
And Representative Barrett, just to follow up on that, we're also guided, depending on the state, we're guided by what the state allows us to, or in this case, Florida class, to invest in. So because it's taxpayer money, no equities are permitted, nothing like that. It's very similar to what Georgia Code allows individuals to do here.
All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, or good morning. My name is Jason Carini. I'm the County Treasurer for Rogers County, Oklahoma. I was elected in 2014. Rogers County, we're home for the Blue Whale. We have Route 66 that runs right through. So if any of you do the Mother Road this year, it's the 100-year anniversary, please come by. Our courthouse sits on Route 66. We'd love to host you. So I was elected in 2014. I received my MBA from the University of Tulsa. I also received my Certified Treasury Professional certification from AFP Association. I began my investment program in 2018. And when I started, we had only earned $30,000 at our local bank in interest. This last year, we closed out in June, we had earned $2 million from our investment program. And the reason why I am so passionate about the investment program is because it's very similar to the private sector in the sense that there are probably a lot of business owners here. You actually get to create something out of nothing. And interest income is the only source of revenue that does not come out of the taxpayer's pocket. Taxes, fees, property taxes, they all come out of the taxpayer. Interest income can be produced in something new that benefits whatever it's the state level, the school level, the city, or the county. And that's why I'm so passionate about it. In Oklahoma, we have the traditional investment vehicles. We actually have 9 of them, and like the treasury bonds, agency bonds, state bonds, et cetera. But we also allow money market funds and LGIPs that consist of those 9 securities within those. So technically, we have 11 types of investment products. We used to not be able to do LGIPs. This was very passionate of myself. In fact, I was at a conference where I first learned about this. Like with Ken, I served on the GFOA investment committee I have for the last 6 years. I also serve on the board for the Government Investment Officers Association, GIOA, and I have been doing that for the last several years. And at that conference, I met a gentleman named Ben Finkelstein, and he wrote that book, The Politics of Public Fund Investing. And so thank you very much, Treasurer. You warmed my heart when you were talking about the book. I have my copy, and it's signed by him. So hats off to you. Let's do. So in 2023, I had the opportunity to work with a few other individuals at the state to create an LGIP for Oklahoma, for cities and counties specifically. The school system had an LGIP since the 1990s, and under their system, they created by submitting a request to the board and having that approved. When we worked the legislation for cities and counties, we had it through an interlocal agreement. By the grace of God, that we were successful with that bill, and it went into effect. We also set it up so that there could be multiple LGIPs and not just one. Because of the way the school system in Oklahoma is, it's a really hard hurdle to cross. They only have one for their entities. But like a lot of you being in the legislature, when you do a brand new idea, down the road you're going to have to do some sort of cleanup bill. And this was a new idea for Oklahoma, so we knew we were going to have to do a second bill to address unintended consequences and clean up issues. So in 2025, we worked on Senate Bill 957, and it combined 2 conflicting statutes, but it also expanded the definition of a public subdivision from city counties to all types of public subdivisions. So technically, under the first umbrella, we couldn't even allow authorities to be able to invest in the LGIP. So now it's all public subdivisions of the state of Oklahoma are able to participate within our LGIP. Now, I just want to say that LGIPs are a tool in a toolbox. You don't need a tool all the time, but you need to be able to have access to it. And that was our big argument in 2023 and 2025 to the state legislature, is cities and counties and local entities need access to the toolbox. So the LGIP in Oklahoma has been a great transparent line in the sand. It allows the cities and counties to ensure they're getting a competitive rate from their local bank. They also act as a positive manner of release, like a release valve for local banks that do not want the excess deposits. So if they don't need that money and they don't want to pay for it because collateral is expensive, they have that release valve of somewhere to send it to. Overall, our one LGIP in Oklahoma was actually created. We're about to celebrate our 2-year anniversary. And it's created a positive and transparent source for increased revenue for entities all across Oklahoma. Our LGIP, just like with Florida, is rated by the S&P and is audited yearly. So it gives great confidence to all the pool participants. And I love the idea of the pool participants because we have ownership in it. We have skin in the game. It's also the idea that we have the free market. We have the opportunity to go back and forth. We have competition, diversification. And the great thing about competition is iron sharpening iron. It makes everyone better in the long term. So with that, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here and to present today, and I'm happy to answer your questions today.
Questions from the committee? A couple questions myself. Walk me through the position. You said you're a county finance director or finance officer.
You're looking at him.
Okay, and that's an elected position?
It is, yes.
Okay. Is it partisan or?
It is partisan.
Okay.
It is.
And do you recommend to your board of commissioners, certain, so if you had $2 million in fund balance that you generated from interest, are the commissioners aware of that, and do they have fiduciary some kind of power over spending that money versus trying to tax it through property tax or take it from sales tax, those kind of questions?
Fair enough. They don't have the fiduciary responsibility at that granular level, but they do have to approve of the investment policy. And when they create the investment policy, and you actually read about that in that book, The Politics of Public Fund Investing, the investment policy is like your sandbox. It defines you're a legal entity, but it doesn't say how to play in it. So as the CFO for the county and the investment officer, I determine based off of the season, do I need to invest in this corner for this season and this corner in this season? And so the Board of County Commissioners or the city board, they set the investment policy, and the CFO or the investment officer has to stay within that investment policy.
Follow-up is, I guess, go ahead.
Just like, that's exactly how Florida's set up, exactly like that. They're the legislative branch, we're the executive branch, I guess.
All right, so as far as as part of your budgeting process, is that a revenue shown to your governing board? Can they use that to offset property taxes or?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it could be. In fact, for Rogers County, our budget, we're a smaller county. I mean, every public entity is different. Our budget is $20 million, so to earn $2 million is 10%. Now, I do all the interest earned on all the county funds. We send on about $65 million, and we're able to specify that to go to the general fund. So to represent 10% of the budget is pretty substantial.
How is your job similar to a tax commissioner here in Georgia?
I don't know what a tax commissioner in Georgia is, so I'm unable to answer.
Fair enough.
But I will say I wear two hats. As the county treasurer, I'm the tax collector for property tax.
Okay.
Also, all the sales tax funnels through me. I'm the revenue collector. But then I'm also the traditional treasurer or the bookkeeper for the county. So those are the two hats that I wear.
Last question: who can remove you from office? The voters and does the governor can the governor remove you from office? Or
No, the governor cannot. The Board of County Commissioners can remove me if I and actually we have 8 elected officials at the county level, 3 county commissioners, a sheriff, and then 4 other people that no one knows about. And so I'm one of those. The 5 people. The 5 people are the sheriff, county clerk, county assessor, court clerk, and the treasurer. We can be removed for like drunkenness or habitual willful activity.
Those partisan elections too, or?
I'm not sure actually. I haven't read it in a number of years, but I'll tell you the question to ask is, how do you remove a county commissioner in Oklahoma? It's a agreement between the county treasurer and the county judge.
Oh wow!
So there you go.
Good
Trivia
information
for the day.
Chairman Martin.
Mr. Chairman, just to lighten things up, because we are serious here, there's another reason they can remove you. They can remove you out there for being a Texas fan.
Oh, no, okay. So let's just talk about this for a second.
Which follows up, one has to ask someone from Oklahoma, Cowboys or Sooners?
TU, of course, Golden Hurricanes.
Okay, there you go. Tulsa, the good thing I was going to invite you down. Oklahoma, I think, is going to come see my Bulldogs.
I would love to be there. I would love to be there with you.
In the fall. So thank you very much. Just a light moment, Mr. Chairman. We need to break that up every now and then.
I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate the panel. Any closing comments or any questions from the committee before we move on to the state auditor? And
Thank you for the prayer before the meeting. That was
Absolutely.
very nice.
Thank you very much. All right, appreciate the information. Good information.
Thank you.
All right. Next group up will be, and we're going to take a little break after this group, but Trey Bennett, Greg Griffin, y'all come on forward and
Thank you.
we'll get into the next group of witnesses. Seem to be right on time this morning. That's good. All right, Mr. Griffin.
I'm going to go.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
You're
I'm gonna
the
go first today.
You're going first.
I'm
Good luck.
gonna Make sure this works. Okay.
All right.
Good deal.
Can you mind pulling the microphone a little closer to you, Mr. Auditor?
Absolutely. Does that work?
That's good.
All right. Good morning,
Thank
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I've been asked to address 2 related topics. First, the potential impact of HB 244 on the local governments, and second, some of the challenges that governments face in meeting their compliance requirements. Those are obviously closely connected topics, and our experience monitoring compliance over a number of years has helped identify some of the barriers that HB 244 was intended to address. HB 244 just recently became effective. It's really too early to measure any of the impacts, but what we can do is discuss how the reporting requirements changed and how many governments could potentially benefit from those changes. The most important and significant change is the threshold requiring a full gap audit that was increased from $550,000 to $2.5 million. Governments with less than $2.5 million of expenditures can continue to receive a gap audit, but now have the option of using what's called a special purpose framework that will be prescribed by my office. And then for governments with less than $1 million, the threshold for using what's called an agreed upon procedures engagement, that increased also from $550,000 to $1 million. And if you choose the AUP option, you may use that option for 4 years, and a full audit is required in year 5. I think it's important to note that HB 244 does not eliminate accountability, but it gives qualifying smaller governments reporting options that are more proportionate to their size and their complexity. And another point, HB 244 expands the reporting choices, but it does not require governments to change their reporting methods. This slide begins to put the potential impacts into perspective. I should note that HB 244 is really focused on the cities where the thresholds are set. They're set too low to have any impact on the counties. So from here on, we're talking about the cities. So Georgia has about 530 cities that are required to report annually. Of those 530 cities, 283 are now will now qualify for that special purpose framework. 204 of those cities are now eligible to use the expanded AUP option, and we currently have about 135 cities that are deemed non-compliant. And about half of those cities would qualify for at least one of those two new reporting options. So essentially what HB 244 does, it has provided a more simplified reporting path to compliance for smaller governments. This slide here these are the outcomes that we think are important to watch as we move forward. We expect the new framework to reduce some of the complexity associated with financial reporting and potentially reduce the cost of financial statement preparation and auditing. We think that the more practical options available will help governments with limited capacity and expertise around accounting. And ultimately, the big measure is compliance, and the goal here is to help governments get caught up and for them to file on a timely basis. At the bottom call out there basically says we're going to start reporting compliance to the General Assembly. We'll send a report to y'all at the beginning of the upcoming session. This slide, a little busy, but this is a snapshot of the filing status by cohort year. And the numbers on this slide are dynamic and continue to change over the years. The only, except for the one-time numbers you see there, those are fixed, but for those folks that are reported as delinquent, once you turn in and submit a report, we then recategorize you from delinquent to late. That's particularly important to note, for 2025. You see that there are 135 currently delinquent cities. That's not a mature number. We expect a large number of those folks to submit eventually, and they will then be deemed as late reports. I would also note what's in the call-out box at the bottom. Don't interpret the 135 reports in 2025 or the 65 reports in 2024 as a worsening trend, at least not yet. We need to let those years mature off and get closer to what we see for 20 and to 23.
Mr. Griffin, quick question. Of
Yes.
those 135, how many of those are more than 3 years or 4 years behind? And do you have that information?
I do. Next
Okay.
slide.
Gotcha.
Thank you. So our compliance challenge really is multidimensional. We have timely filers, which, if you look at the data, about 50% file on time. We have late filers that they average around 200 days late. And then we have a small group of persistent multi-year delinquencies. And we'll get into that in a second. So on the next slide, we will take a look at that 135 cities and ask a different question. Is 2025 their only outstanding report, or have they fallen behind for multiple years? So we're focused on the 135 in 2025. So if you look at the data here, the majority of those cities are only 1 or 2 reports behind. For the 69 that are one, that's their 2025 report. That's the only outstanding report. And we, as I said earlier, we expect a large majority of those to be turned in at some point in the future. The significant concern really is the smaller group that's behind for 3 to 6 years. I think the distinction is important because a government that missed a filing deadline presents a very different compliance issue than one that is unable to produce reports for multiple years, and particularly for 5 to 6 years. And these longer-term cases suggest that the problem is, again, it's not simply a missed deadline, but there is some more fundamental issue at hand. Which leads us to the next slide, which is, why do governments fall behind? And there really is no single reason. There could be a number of reasons which are highlighted on the slide. For smaller governments, again, full gap reporting is complex, and for the relative size of those companies. Some cities in particular have very limited staffs and limited expertise when it comes to governmental accounting expertise. Costs can be significant both from when the city needs to have their financial statements prepared and then audited. And then sometimes the real basic issue is what I'll call audit readiness. The records aren't complete. In some cases, the records don't exist. You can't audit what is not there. The books haven't been closed. Information needed from officials or other offices have not been provided. So HB 244 attempts to address several of those barriers, such as the special purpose framework and the expanded AUP eligibility, but 244 doesn't address every part of the compliance process. So here is a continuum of that process. It's important to note that many times we think the simple answer is let's just go hire an auditor. And the audit is really at the back end of the process. The local government first has to maintain adequate records. They need to be there. We can't create records, we can't audit what does not exist. The cities need to close the books, they need to prepare financial statements, which is not easy under current full gap, and then they are ready to be audited. For those smaller governments, the audit readiness part, the financial statement preparation, that is one of the most significant barriers to this process. And I know my next speaker here is going to talk about how government's going to obtain and pay for some of those services in the future. What comes next, again, for us, it's we're going to be shifting our focus from the legislation to implementation. We have a lot of work ahead of us to document what that special purpose framework is going to look like. That's going to be a big lift for us for the next 4 or 5 months. You can see the rest of the blocking and tackling that is ahead of us. And I think, again, for HB 244, it provides a more practical path, more simpler path to compliance. We just need to implement that and measure its effectiveness going forward. Mr. Chairman, those are my comments, and be happy to take any questions.
Couple of questions. Chairman Chokas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the work that you do. We've known each other for quite some time, and we appreciate the hard work you and your staff do at the Department of Audits.
Thank you.
I've got a quick question, and that is, as local governments and local entities go from delinquent to late or in the other direction, at what point do they not qualify for state funds?
The criteria for that is you have to have 5 consecutive years of what I'll call clean audits.
Okay, so for 5 consecutive years, you've got to have clean audits. And so if after a certain length of time, if they don't have clean audits, then they're not eligible for.
It's the actually preceding 5 years to the current year. So if any one of those years you have not turned in a report, you are deemed not compliant and not eligible for access to those other grant funds.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Martin.
Thank you to the auditor. I don't know if you want to make this a recommendation or if you want to opine on it at all, but I'm going to ask. We talk about regulations, and we're trying to limit those in government for private corporations and so forth. I mean, when you talk about, we have cities in the state that have less than 1,000 people in it, and I think we have some that have far less than 500 people in it. Are they held to the same audit standard? I mean, is there a threshold?
Today it's based on expenditures, and before HB 244, most were held to the same standard. So you could have been.
My question is, did we go far enough in 244 to relieve the onerous things on small cities? Is there a step further to go to keep compliance but be reasonable?
I think we've made a good first step to see where we're going. If you look at the numbers again, we went from 141 cities that could only do AUPs. Now that number is doubled for both that special purpose framework and to get to that enhanced AUP process. So I think we've made progress to make things simpler and less complex for the smaller cities.
Okay, so you would say, let's see what we're doing here.
I would see, okay. Let's see where we are, see how many governments avail themselves of these new options. Again, we've had AUP options for a long time, and I don't have the percentages with me, but it was a small percentage of cities that use the AUP option as it currently was on the statutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Chair McDonald.
Quick question. You know, the issue at hand with these cities is how do we help them? It was last session, of course, was laid in my lap to deal with a situation with a city basically abolishing one, and that was not a fun process, having to deal with different colleagues in the State House over this issue. And looking at the numbers, you know, when you get up over 2 years, I mean, I consider that, you know, pretty serious. What is your office doing to, after this past session, letting these cities know, especially the ones of the 4, 5, and 6 year non-compliance, letting them know, hey, this happened last session with equipment. I mean, this could happen to you. You take the city of Darien, who I think is probably in the 6-year one, that's got a population of 1,600 people. Can they afford, hopefully under 244, it helps them be able to afford access to an auditor. But it's still a small town. So what are y'all doing to try to help these cities know how serious having the study committee and what members will be looking at? Because we know how to fix it. How can your office help fix it?
I guess the way we can help is through communications and outreach. Our statute is limited. Today we basically report compliance status. The cities that are behind know they're behind. We have a real-time report dashboard that folks, it's on our website. You can see exactly what your current status is on a daily basis. So the cities know that they are behind. The issue is, again, audit readiness. It's the back office. It's having systems in place, processes in place, what I'll call SKI in the office, skills, knowledge, and experience to close the books and prepare those financial statements. What's been difficult in the past is converting books from, again, under full GAAP, you have to create multiple sets of books. The special purpose framework will do away with a number of those books that will make things simpler for those cities to comply. But again, it goes back to audit readiness, skills, knowledge, and experience. And do they keep the good records? And can you put a back office in place that is sustainable for the future? That is what needs to happen.
And I think, too, we have these issues on the county level, too. Is that correct?
We have, to a much lesser extent. We have very few counties that are generally delinquent.
So you're saying ACCG is doing their job, making sure their counties.
I think, well.
So we should be talking
again,
to Georgia
we have
Municipal
counties that are
Association.
much larger and have resources that
Hello.
can address the issue. But currently we have about 20 counties that are what we would say non-compliant. They probably, that's just they're late, and they will eventually turn in their reports. I think we have 3 counties that have 2 years in arrears.
So I kind of made a statement, but I could turn it into a question about Georgia Municipal Association, ACCG. We need to put a little pressure on them to help y'all get with these cities.
I think they've been good partners in helping us get 244 to where it is. We've had working group sessions. It's been 3 or 4 years ago when we first started down this path. So, thank you.
Representative Lenore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. And let me just say this first. Hearing my colleagues, it's interesting that I'm actually agreeing with a lot of what they're saying. So that's good. That's good to know. But good ideas come from both sides, right?
Say it louder in the back.
But so interesting question, because I agree from a legislative standpoint. I'm thinking about what we can do to assist the process, because I'm thinking about one of the counties that I represent, and sometimes even on the county level, the county for the most part might be prepared, but there might be a department in the county, let's say the sheriff's office or something, that might be slowful in getting their audits in. So I kind of want to expound on what we can do from a legislative standpoint to assist, number one, but also could it be possible to put templates in place to assist some of these municipalities, maybe some of those that might be not as well staffed, to make sure that, if things are going to be uniform, if there's some systems in place, templates in place to help the process, to be expedited. Would that possibly an option, whether it's on the state level or ACCG or GMA, if there's something that we can do to kind of assist that process to make sure that we can, instead of having these multi-year delinquent counties and cities, kind of ease that and bring those numbers down.
I think my colleague here is going to talk a little bit about how they can assist in some respects. I think also for the smaller folks, is there some way to have what I would call some shared services? When you say templates and things, not everybody can afford the staffs in order to prepare the financial statements. Again, the ski is an issue. Is there a way to create again shared services? Can maybe the regional commissions get together and actually help the cities and counties in their areas? That would be one way, I think, to help these smaller communities that are struggling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Neal.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you for your testimony. So I do have a few questions. So one, when it comes to solutions, well, first of all, when it comes to the problem, in the list that you provided, complexity, capacity, cost, accountability, is there any of those that you find to be the primary culprit that is hindering some of the local governments?
I would say all of the above, but again, for those folks that are behind 3, 4, 5, 6 years, again, I'll go back to its audit readiness. Do they have the records available to audit? That's the starting point. I'm working with a city, and they are trying to get caught up. They're 5, 6, maybe 7 years behind. It's going to take them a while to get caught up because they have no records. They can't find them. So again, the auditors can't audit what does not exist. So to get them to the point where you have 5 years of consecutive years of clean audits, that's a pretty huge ask. But it goes back to the back office and keeping those records.
Yes, and to your point, they don't have databases, they don't have certain things in place to do so. With that, I wanted to know also too, because we've had our own challenges in my area when it comes to this. When it comes to compliance, ultimately, if you fail to do so, you don't benefit from grants, things of that nature. And I noticed that when looking through where we currently are, it looks like the tiers are based on the local government size related to expenditures. Is there a way to explore a tiered compliance level that's not based on that, but based on departments or percentages of departments that are in compliance, and like how to isolate some of the problem areas so that the whole county or city as a whole won't have to bear the weight of still being non-compliant?
That would probably make this process a little more complex than is currently there. Again, departments, to get to a city or a county government, you have to consolidate all of the departments. So again, I think that would actually complicate things in terms of rather than simplify them.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Griffin. I apologize for not being here for the first part of your presentation, but I do have a question, and it's related to House Bill 244, but also House Bill 1164 and Senate Bill 472. The combination of these three bills put a significantly higher strain on the department, and I have actually had voiced from one of my school systems that utilizes the OAA for their auditing, that they're concerned about potential issues related to audit turnaround, that sort of thing. How is the department from a staffing standpoint, and how are we accommodating the additional workload that you're experiencing because of these?
So 1164 is expanded our mandate for auditing school boards, and the respective budget offices are staffing us as we move forward. So we received significant funding for this current year, 2027. We're basically on a 3 or 4 year plan to staff up to conduct all those school board audits. So we're not going to take on more work than we have staff to do. But we, again, we added the first group of new auditors this past summer and are ramping up. So that is a concern. We are monitoring capacity. Getting audits done on time, particularly the school boards, is important to us.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
Are most of these auditors, are they staff auditors or are they subcontractors? How
They're employees of the department.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to add, 244 did not expand our audit capabilities. The lift for 244 is for us to develop the special purpose framework that the auditors and the cities will utilize going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of comments and maybe a question and discussion, but I know Representative Neal mentioned it, but these cities and counties that are not up to date, especially ones that are 3 and 4 years, 5 years, 6 years behind, missing out every year on CDBG, which is a federal grant, comes through the state down to the local governments, plus the annual allotment of LMIG dollars. So it could be said that a local government who is 5 or 6 years behind is missing out on potentially millions of dollars for their locals.
That's correct.
Which is why it's another important issue in terms of getting services to their constituents. Other question I would be interested to see is how many of those local governments have raised or increased their millage rate that don't know what their balance sheets are and don't know what's on their books, but continue to raise taxes over those same amount of years. If they don't know what they're spending, there's no transparency to the taxpayer why they're raising taxes on their citizens. The other question is, it sounds like this is a personnel issue at the local government level, specifically in the finance department area. What are your thoughts? How can we address that? What were your thoughts? What would your suggestions be?
It's resources. I think it's human resources and again, other resources. Do they have the systems in place to run the business, and then do they have, again, the back office capacity to do the work? Again, I'll go back to if is there a way to share resources? That would be one way to do that. The topic of consolidation and all of that's above my pay grade and for the legislature to have those conversations. But again, a lot of these small cities don't have the budget and the resources to hire the staff necessary to run the back office.
We discussed this earlier, but the proposition of the state audit division doing audits for local governments at a certain threshold and below. Other states do it. We discussed earlier that you can't audit what you don't have. So if we even got to that point where the state could do audits for local governments at a certain threshold and below, you got to have the actual documents from the locals to actually do the audit.
That's correct.
So it sounds like if we could get some forward momentum in getting the proper staff at the local level to give you the documents, perhaps we could look into that issue.
Again, I think the focus is figuring out how to get resources to the cities to help those back offices build the processes necessary to sustain. I think that's the key to getting current.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Representative Neal.
Thank you. So one final question. Can you outline under House Bill 244 how it addresses the problem of if certain county officers or employees just straight refuse to allow for audit to happen? Like, what is the recourse at that point?
You are taxing my memory, but.
Working for your check today, sir.
244 has.
It exempts constitutional
yes,
officers
yes.
from the general fund budget of the county or the city.
Yeah, then there are, if constitutional officers don't turn in information, there's ability to have an extension, but there are also consequences to those individuals for not turning in that information.
I believe it also includes state agencies, so for your local Department of Public Health or your library.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Neal, you good? Is that any follow-up on that?
I'll follow up privately.
Okay. All right. Jifa, you're up. We're a couple of minutes behind, so if we can hurry it up, I'd appreciate it.
All right.
Oh, well, after him, we're taking a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Trey Bennett. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority. Honored to be here, present to you today. I've been asked just to give an overview of the services that GFA provides to local communities across the state. Our mission is to conserve and improve Georgia's energy, land, and water resources. We do that in several ways. One of the primary ways that we do it is through water infrastructure financing. Our Water Resources Division supports the development of water infrastructure projects which help protect the environment, facilitate economic development, accommodate public growth, improve water affordability, and safeguard public health. This is GFA's 40th anniversary. We were created as the Georgia Environmental Facilities Authority in 1986. That name was changed to the Finance Authority in 2010. Over the course of our existence, we've provided more than $6 billion in low-interest loans for water, sewer infrastructure projects statewide, 2,100 total projects over those 4 decades. Eligible projects that we can finance include water planning, design, engineering, construction, and land acquisition. We cannot provide for operations and maintenance costs, though. We have 3 separate funding streams that we leverage to provide these low-interest loans. One of them is state-funded. That's the Georgia Fund. We don't receive an annual allocation for that. It's kind of just tranches here and there from the legislature as the governor and the legislature see fit. That is our most flexible fund because it is not subject to a lot of the federal requirements that come with federal money. It's our most popular fund. We can finance drinking water, water quality, and solid waste projects, so landfills and things like that, but primarily is used for water infrastructure. We do have 2 federally funded streams. One of them is the Clean Water SRF, the other is the Drinking Water SRF. We receive annual allocations from the federal government for both of those funds. The legislature does provide an annual match of 20% to enable us to draw down those funds. One issue that we do face with those funds is they're a little less flexible. They have a lot of federal regulations that come with that funding. Local governments often don't want to comply with that, so they elect to go with the state funds just in order to save cost of compliance. In 2026 alone, we created $435 million in new loans for water and sewer infrastructure across the state. We estimate that in FY25, we saved ratepayers about $118 million as a result of our low-interest financing. One thing I did want to note for the committee is that we estimate that approximately $45 billion is going to be needed for water, wastewater, stormwater financing in the coming years across the state of Georgia. We've received almost $1 billion in additional supplemental funds via the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act going back the last few years. Those funds do end after fiscal year 2026, and we're going to drop back down to our annual allotment of about $31 million from the federal government. Again, our funds do revolve in the way that a bank does, so we're still able to create and generate our own revenue that we then turn back into more low-interest loans for local governments. I will note that a good bit of that $900 million that came down from the federal government was required to be given in grants and principal forgiveness. So we've been able to offer some really attractive financing with actual forgiveness to a lot of Georgia's neediest communities. That is going to drastically taper off in the next year because this federal funding will decline significantly. Some good news that we got this week involves our Hurricane Helene resilience funding. As you all know all too well, Georgia suffered pretty heavily, especially on the eastern part of the state, from Hurricane Helene. We have been awarded approximately almost $500 million in resiliency funds from EPA, and we just received those funds this week. So we had previously issued a call for projects at the end of 2025. We had 134 applications totaling almost $1 billion in need. So obviously we received about half that, and we will present the first loan and grant awards to our board in November as a result of that resiliency funding. A couple of projects and programs that we are launching this summer and fall that I'm really excited about involve our water infrastructure planning program. We've identified a need in Georgia's smallest and neediest communities to think forward and not allow their systems to get into an emergency state before they come to us. So we've created a new program to assist them in planning forward, working on maintenance and planning and being thoughtful about their water use and the programs and the way they take care of their existing facilities. One thing that was in the AJC, I believe last week, was the cyber attack on Clayton County and a couple of the other systems in the state that momentarily did cause a stop in service. This program would help communities plan for cybersecurity for their systems and work on best practices there. Another that Mr. Griffin talked about is our municipal audit preparation program. Like he mentioned, these communities are in need of a lot of help in the back office in order to be able to even talk to us about financing. Not just us, but the federal government and DCA and all the other funding streams that are available to them. They can't even really get out of the starting gate unless they have their audits ready. And in order to be audited, they have to have their documentation, and they have to have that documentation prepared. So one thing that we have done at GFA is we're working to create a program that will assist the neediest communities in the state to get their books in order to be audited. Like Mr. Griffin just said, you can't audit what doesn't exist or what they can't find. In recent years, I came from the Office of Planning and Budget, and we were working on a grant with a community, and they went dark on us, and we called and reached out and called and reached out and finally got a hold of them to see if they were going to be able to draw down some of these COVID funds that I was administering at the time. And they said, well, we're really sorry, but our city clerk passed away and nobody even knows the password to her computer. So, you know, you have some situations in these communities where they are in dire need of preparation for the audit. And that's what GFA is going to try to do. We've identified a firm to provide that assistance. And again, we can't even give them the funds via grant to then go out and prepare their books for the audit. So we have identified a contractor who is then going to work directly with the cities to get their books in order so that then they may be audited by another firm, because you have to have two separate firms, one to prepare the books and one to be audited. So we've dedicated $2.5 million towards that project. We hope to begin working with cities in the coming months on that. Another service that GFA provides is we are the state energy office for the state of Georgia. So we work on the state energy plan. We also channel a significant amount of federal funding for several different programs to work on energy efficiency. And we also work with the Georgia Emergency Management Agency and other state agencies through ESF 12 to develop energy emergency planning resources, to lead exercises designed to ensure better emergency management coordination in the event of a storm or crisis, things like that. One of our primary energy efficiency initiatives is that we channel federal funds for our weatherization assistance program. This program goes back to the 1980s, and we do home upgrades for qualifying homes to make them safer and more energy efficient, reduce the burden on the public grid. Another temporary program that we are administering with funds from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act is Georgia's Home Energy Rebates. This one is a pretty popular program. It's something that we're really proud to be leading the nation in, and the way that we have gotten our funds out into the hands of Georgians quicker than most other states. But there's two sides of this program, one for home efficiency rebates and the other for home electric appliance rebates. So qualifying families can receive up to $16,000 in savings for home efficiency, HVAC, insulation, things like that, to make their homes more efficient, also to even buy more energy efficient appliances. To date, we have provided over $51 million in rebates for more than 3,500 households, most of those being far, far below the poverty line. And we're very proud of that program. Another service that our energy division provides is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant, Grid Resilience State and Tribal Formula Grant, Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnerships. These are, again, one-time allotments from the federal government that we are channeling. We're working with utilities, EMCs, Georgia Power, to make our grid more resilient to benefit all of our communities. Really, really excited to be working on our natural gas infrastructure financing program. If you'll recall, the legislature authorized GFA to offer low-interest loans for natural gas infrastructure build-out across the state. Y'all and the governor gave us that ability in 2024, and then in the FY 2025 amended budget, we received $35 million to seed a new revolving fund for those projects. We issued our call for projects in July. We have received pre-applications and are in the application process now for several awards or loans that will be issued at our November board meeting. Really, really excited about this new frontier and to be able to help our communities with efficient and safe energy that will help with economic development and growth in these communities. Like I mentioned, we're really excited. It's our 40th anniversary. Really, really thrilled to be offering these services to the state of Georgia, and look forward to many more years of cooperation with the legislature. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Chairman Chokus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bennett, you mentioned earlier that y'all received federal funding today or recently.
This week.
This week, and you won't be able to dispense those funds until the November board meeting. Where are those funds right now, and how are they being administered?
So we were made aware of these funds back, after the Congress allotted them to us, and there has been a lot of going back and forth in Washington. That's why we went ahead and released our call for projects in 2025 to identify those that need those funds. We have already we've taken pre-applications, we've taken the applications. We just received permission and flow down from Washington, I believe on yesterday.
So you haven't received the funds, you just received permission that the funds will be available?
Yes, sir. And again, we're an authority, so we have a board, and while we have identified a lot of the projects that are going to be eligible to go to our board meeting, we have to have those voted on by our board.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chairman Martin.
I know the projects that you tend to support out of the or kind of must-have things, the infrastructure that must have, but I guess I worry about the issues that came down with COVID when the Fed sent a lot of money. We local governments and some places in states, I think Georgia did a pretty good job of it, but in other states they spent that money as if it was going to be year-over-year money. So my question is as part of these projects, when somebody comes on and says we want to do this water system so that we can attract more development in the future, right? They do that water system, and you get the money to do that, but they still have to get revenue from that water or sewer system to pay for that. My question is, in that process, do you help make sure they don't get GFA money for a capital project that they think they need without the tax base, the operational use of that system to pay for it on an operational basis? Because I'm concerned that sometimes people build facilities that look really good, and then they remember they have to heat them, air condition them, staff them, clean them, upkeep
Cut
them,
grass.
all that. So is that part of the process? And I guess the further answer I think we got to, Mr. Chairman, in the last meeting is part of that bonding process that, if you do this, you set some of it aside that you can pay it back. You set a sinking fund aside for the maintenance of that process. Because I mean, we're sitting in a city that, not assessing fault to the current administration certainly, or even the ones a couple in front of it, but Atlanta let their infrastructure crumble in terms of water and sewer, and they've had to come back and they've had to add a penny to the folks now. And again, that's past history. I just use that as an example. We want to help make sure our local governments don't find themselves in that. Is that part of your process?
Yes, sir. We do underwrite our communities, which means we have bankers, essentially, where the community submits an application, and then we go back and forth a good bit with our finance division and our project managers to ensure that they do have a plausible way of paying back their loan to us. So there is an underwriting process that they go through before we approve the loans.
I promise brief. But remember, and I think I heard you said some of these communities are the ones that are in the most need. Doesn't always necessarily mean they're the smallest, but in some cases they are small and growing communities. Do you have a way to support them, or is that something you support them in the planning process, if you will? So what if they send you an application, hey, it doesn't underwrite? Do you tell them, hey, this is what you need to do that? I mean,
so that's a great question. We do have a lot of communities come to us that initially they will not qualify based on their rates or other factors, other loan burden that they have. We do try to work with them. We try to stay away from telling them what to do as far as policy, but we do often provide information as, hey, your water rates haven't been changed
this is what's
in
holding
decades,
you up and
if it went up this much, then you could afford this loan. We do not tell them what to do or push
understand,
policy,
but you do provide them
feedback. We also have a database that Carl Vinson Institute helped us develop, where these communities can see what other communities are charging for their water rates. It just helps as far as awareness and lets them evaluate where they stand. There are times when communities will come to us, they won't qualify, We'll tell them, here's how far you are away from qualifying, and then, they will have their council or commission vote on rates and increase rates and then come back to us and they do get qualified. So we also offer a significant amount of discounting and things like that based on need or the type of project off of our baseline rate. Our baseline rate for the Georgia Fund sits at about 4 right now for a 20-year loan. For the state revolving funds, it's about 3 because just the cost of compliance is so high for federal money. And then we discount off of those. And a lot of times we're able to give really attractive rates for the neediest communities.
Thank you.
Question, you mentioned a program with what the auditor mentioned about trying to get the smaller cities or to a point where they can have their records to be audited. Walk me through how we're going to do that, and is there a way, I guess, are the cities participate in a cost share on that so you could stretch that money out further to do more, or how's that going to work? And I guess are two of y'all coordinating on trying to implement that at the local level?
We have received a good bit of help and input from Mr. Griffin and his team. We are still in the planning stages. Like I said, we just signed a contract with an accounting firm to help us with this. So the cities will apply to us, and then the firm will go there physically to assist with their books. As far as a local match or anything like that, I would have to ask my team and get back with the committee.
Fair enough. All right. Any more questions from the committee? All right. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We'll be back at 11:35. We got 2 more groups, and then we'll conclude. But 11:35, we'll be back in our seats. Quick 10-minute break. We are in recess.
Great job.
Lost her quorum. Yeah. It was pretty funny. I was sitting here talking to Chaz.
I reconvene here, folks. Y'all take your seats if you don't mind. Got two important briefers going to talk to us about bond financing. All right, we'll have folks filter back in, but let's go ahead and get going. Start off with Mr. John Pennell and Trey Monroe. Just a few things we're going to hear from these guys, and then we'll have follow-up with GMA, ACCG, and GSBA, and then after that, committee lunch, and we'll be adjourned. So thank you for your patience, thank you for your attention. We'll get back going. I'll turn it over to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is John Pennell. I'm a lawyer in Savannah. My practice is primarily municipal bond work. And so our firm represents local governments around the state on the issuance of obligations to finance capital projects. I was asked to testify today to really give the committee an overview on how local governments can borrow, and then I'm going to hand the baton over to Trey Monroe to my right, and Trey's going to go through with the committee an overview of what's the underwriting and rating process look like for local governments so they're able to access the capital markets to be able to construct capital projects. So members of the general public probably don't realize, but you know, a mayor of a city or a county manager just can't walk down the street and sign a note and obligate a city or a county to borrow funds. There's a very specific process under Georgia law on how local governments can finance capital needs. So again, I'm going to kind of just go through an overview at 30,000 feet, and if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to get further in the weeds. The most common method for a city, county, school district to access capital is a general obligation bond. A general obligation bond is required to go to the voters in a referendum, and if it's successful, that referendum spells out exactly what the bonds are to be issued for, whether that's a courthouse, a jail, a schoolhouse, a water sewer project, an auditorium, you name it. The general obligation bond law really is not specific. It's whatever's put on the ballot to the voters. If it's authorized, then the local government can issue a general obligation bond for that project. The way a GO bond is secured is the general fund and ad valorem tax base of the issuer. And so when a GO bond is issued, that local government has got to budget on an annual basis funds to be able to pay it back. And that's generally done through an ad valorem property tax. It's a millage rate that's established on an annual basis to create enough revenues to pay back the obligation. It is something separate and distinct from annual M&O millage rates. Actually, the GO bond millage has different exemptions. It has its own, digest, for lack of a better word, that is then assessed against to create those funds to pay back the bonds. In the last 30 to 40 years, the majority of the GO bonds you see issued around the state are typically tied with SPLOST, educational SPLOST, and T-SPLOST. And that's been a great avenue for a lot of local governments around the state to build capital projects because you have really then two sources of revenue to pay back the bonds. And to be honest with you, underwriters and bankers really like those types of obligations because they do have two sources of payment. You've got the sales tax, which is pledged to pay them first, but then if the sales tax is insufficient or is not enough to pay that debt service, it is a general obligation debt. So it goes back to the county or city or school board's general fund, which in turn could be a property tax to pay back that obligation. In addition to general obligation bonds, a lot of local governments use revenue bonds to finance capital needs. Revenue bonds are governed by the revenue bond law. They are not subject to referendum, but you have to have a revenue source essentially to pay them back. And so that is a little bit more of a scrutiny when you get to the ratings and underwriting side to make sure whatever the undertaking is that's being financed is sufficient to produce the revenues to pay back the revenue bond. The most typical ones, and those you see in Georgia, are for water sewer, solid waste facilities. People issue revenue bonds for parking deck projects. You also see it things like convention centers, stadium projects. Again, it's got to have an undertaking that creates a revenue stream to be able to pay back those revenue bonds. A hybrid of that are revenue bonds that are also secured by intergovernmental contracts. And you'll see that sometimes with water sewer systems. You definitely see it with hospital authorities around the state. Under the hospital authorities law, a county can pledge up to 7 mills to support a hospital. And so a lot of rural hospitals around the state, the way they're able to access capital funds is they're pledging the revenues of the hospital, but in addition, they've got an intergovernmental contract with the county that provides that additional layer of security. So similar to the SPLOST bond I mentioned earlier, you've got kind of two sources of repayment, the revenues of the system, but then also revenues that come from that intergovernmental contract. The third way local governments borrow is through the multi-lease annual multi-lease lease purchase statute. Those programs are administered really through ACCG and GMA. They act as the conduit to allow a local government to issue an obligation for capital needs over a multi-period of time. The only negative on that is it is subject to annual appropriation. And so you can do a long-term lease, but the documentation has to give the ability for the local government to walk away at the end of each fiscal year. No local government obviously is going to try to walk away for something like that, but that does make the underwriting a little more scrutinized because it needs to be typically a project that a city or county really has to have, a city hall, a police station, a fire station, something they're not going to walk away on. And typically the markets penalize you a little bit on interest rates with a multi-year lease because you do have that annual appropriation risk, even though I'm not aware of anyone really defaulting on those types of obligations. Finally, the last way local governments borrow is through tax anticipation notes. That comes out of the state constitution where a local government can borrow on a calendar year basis for operation and maintenance needs. It's really an anticipation of receiving tax dollars later in the fiscal year, or excuse me, later in the calendar year. And that is one comment I want to make about TAN notes. They have to be paid back in full by December 31st. And that's in the state constitution. That's required where you can borrow without a referendum, but it's got to be paid back in full before the end of the calendar year. As you're aware, a lot of local governments in the state operate on a fiscal year basis. And so that can sometimes put folks in an awkward situation where they're relying on tax revenue, hopefully coming in November, December, where they've got to pay off this note by December 31st. If there was a takeaway I'd recommend to this board or this committee, one thing to think about in the future would be, and it would take a constitutional amendment to do it, but to amend the TAN law to allow for those to also be done on a fiscal year basis, where you could pay it back by, say, June 30 or September 30, whatever your fiscal year operation is. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you've got. I just wanted to, again, give the framework of how the different ways local governments can borrow in the state, and then Trey's going to get more in the weeds on kind of the underwriting and rating side of, how do you get a local government to market? What do folks look for before they're willing to let a local government borrow from them and issue debt?
We do have one question, Chairman Martin.
I want you to repeat that thing about the constitutional amendment about the TAN thing. I've had that in the previous two sessions, excluding this one. That's very important. It's happening in Fulton County right now.
Sure.
They can't borrow past December 31st. And it's,
no, that's right. It's
in the
get Constitution.
I get not going past your fiscal year. Nobody wants to do that. I did have one question just to help me out here. So you're saying when people approve I'll use an E-SPLOS, an education SPLOS for capital projects, that approval of that is an implicit full faith and credit of the school board?
That is correct.
I'm not sure most people know that, Mr. Chairman.
Good point.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense to me, but I think most people think that if the sales tax revenue is not there, it's not a recourse.
It does not go into default. It
is essentially a general obligation bond.
That's correct.
With a dedicated revenue source. That's just, I never really thought of it. It makes sense that it's like that, but it's never really asked on the ballot in that way. It says you want to do these projects with this revenue, and it doesn't say, and by the way, if the revenue doesn't come there, it comes out of your other pocket.
Right.
Good point. Yeah, the SPLOS statute cross-references the general obligation bond statute, and so to do that as a part of your ballot question, at the very end, you have to have a sentence that's provided for in the SPLOS Act that says, if the above question is approved, it also authorizes approval of X dollars of bonds for those purposes. And you're correct. I mean, it's a general obligation bond of the school district, city, the county, whoever is authorizing that special sales tax.
Now, it is absolutely possible that school districts do that. To be clear, since I don't want to put a scare in people, it is absolutely possible that if a school district intends not to bond, they do not put that at the end of the question, and therefore they can't bond. They just have to spend as you go with the E-SPLOS.
That's correct. It's got to be a part of the ballot question to be able to bond the SPLOS project.
That makes sense, because I think our Board of Education just does a pay-as-you-go on the E-SPLOS.
Yeah,
so
a lot of the
reason
larger school systems do. I mean,
Okay,
I'm in Chatham County. They always put bonds on the ballot. We always get them validated. They're always available to be issued, but they haven't issued bonds in probably 15 years because there's so much money they get on a monthly basis. They really can handle everything on as a pay-as-you-go process.
Fair enough, Mr. Chairman. That makes sense to me why it's a bit nuanced and new to me, but that's great information. Thanks for your testimony.
Sure.
Yeah, just to further elaborate, our response to that is, the same thing. We just put that obligation or the bond statement on there to give us an option if we can't do pay-as-you-go.
Yeah, and that is, now if you issue if you go to the voters with a straight general obligation question, we want to build a new courthouse and we want authorization for $50 million to build a courthouse. There is case law in Georgia. You're now obligated to build a courthouse. Mm-hmm. You don't have to issue the full $50 million if you don't need it to build the project, but you've had the voter approval. They've approved this project. You've now got to issue those bonds to build it. Okay. With SPLOS bonds, it's really voluntary. Mm-hmm. It's an option. If you still build your projects on a pay-as-you-go basis, you're not required to issue bonds to build it. But a lot of school systems do because the ability of fronting the money. Exactly. Right. You lock in your construction prices now. There's a lot of money from the state you can match up as long as your money is available on the front end.
Right.
And so you'll see a lot of school districts, probably more than counties now, issue bonds in conjunction with East Plus so they can go ahead and get those projects underway and lock in construction pricing versus waiting 4 or 5 years to spool up the money.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question here. You'd mentioned kind of the three primary financing options that counties and cities can use. I contend there's a fourth option. I want to find out if there's, if you can kind of talk to this a little bit, and that is to do so through an authority. And this is something that comes up quite frequently in a lot of our counties. If they don't have a facilities authority or something comparable to that, that gets proposed as an alternative if they're unable to pass a GO bond or they, for whatever reason, don't want to go into an annual appropriation lease. Are there restrictions along the lines of financing through an authority, understanding that's a separate entity
Sure.
to the government itself, but it is still backed by the full faith and power of the creating authority?
Sure. So that is what we call an intergovernmental contract revenue bond. And so you've got a lot of authorities around the state, going back really to the 1940s and 50s, building authorities, public facilities authorities, and then since the 1983 Constitution, the way to create one, you're no longer to be able to do a constitutional authority. It's by local act. So you have the legislature has created over the last decade or longer, dozens of these local act authorities around the state, and they are used as a conduit to issue revenue bonds, but then that's secured by an intergovernmental contract of the local government. That is a legal way to borrow. That's been tested in the courts back in the 1950s. And a lot of the larger scale projects you see that have been built around the state are done that way. The Macon Coliseum in Macon, in Savannah, our arena, the in-market arena was built that way through the Downtown Savannah Authority issuing bonds, but that's secured by an intergovernmental contract with the city of Savannah to pay them back. And so depending on the project, you may have a revenue stream from the project, like an arena, where it is presenting, providing those revenues, but then the backstop is that intergovernmental contract from the local government. A jail is a good example. That's not a very politically popular project to go do a GO bond for, but if you've got a local financing authority that's got the powers to do a jail, that's a way to do it. And it's typically a longer term, maybe 20 or 30 year financing, and it is at the end of the day a full faith and credit through that intergovernmental contract of the county to pay for the jail. So yes, that is kind of a fourth way to borrow. I will say, it's beneficial because things like hospitals rely on that same structure. Development authorities, they can get a 1 mil pledge out of a county or a 3 mil pledge out of a city under the current statute, and use that as a backstop to be able to go leverage and borrow funds for, say, an industrial park, or to bring water and sewer in for a new industry that's coming into the county. So yes, intergovernmental contract bonded debt is something very common in Georgia. The rating agencies have all recognized it, which is almost as good as a GO, because at the end of the day, that intergovernmental contract gets validated with the issuance of the bonds, and so you can't walk away from it. You've got to pay it, and it is a pledge of the general fund to pay back that money. Interestingly, that's how GFA loans money, is an intergovernmental contract. And so GFA, since they're a governmental entity like a local government, they issue a note when you borrow money from GFA, but you also sign an intergovernmental contract. So if the water sewer system isn't sufficient to pay back the GFA loan, the general fund of the city or county is. And so that's how GFA contracts or GFA loans are put together and loaned out around the state.
Thank you.
Representative Warner.
Well, my question is going to go back to Chairman Martin's original premise, which is we just had the situation happen in Catoosa County where we passed a new East Blast. On the ballot was a bond that was associated with that East Blast. But after the people vote on it, the school board is not a levying entity. So it has to go to the county. And it goes to the county under ministerial vote. And so they asked, what's this bond for? This is the first time we're hearing about it. Can we at least see it? Before there was even a vote on that premise, the school system sued the county. And they sued saying, you're a levying authority, it's a ministerial vote, do your job. And so there was a lot of concern on the county side to which way they should go. So I guess my question to you, though, is what happens if these East Bloss bonds fail, or if these East Bloss bonds go over, let's say, a 5-year window, and they're allocated for a 10, 15-year project, and the East Bloss vote fails on the next re-up? What happens when that East Bloss fails? Is it the county or the school system that is obligated to those bonds? Thank you.
It's the school system. And so, and I'm very familiar with what I was involved in that project at Catoosa County. It's an interesting kind of, I guess, nuance in Georgia law. A Board of Education is a separate governing body that is elected and has the power to tax. But a Board of Education in Georgia does not have the ability to go assess and collect the tax on their own. They rely on a county to do that on their behalf. The county has the tax assessor. The county employs the tax commissioner. They have the resources to be able to send out tax bills and collect those tax bills. So a school district has to go to the county on an annual basis to collect M&O taxes, and whenever they bond anything, whether it's backed by East Blast or whether it's a long-term GO bond, to have the county levy that tax on their behalf. The issue you bring up that happened in the last few weeks, obviously was very political, where the county thought, well, why are we having to get in the middle of this? We were not involved. We're not authorizing the bonds. And technically it is a ministerial act. The county commission really doesn't have a choice on how much the millage rate is or how much to levy. They just are instructed to do so under Georgia law because they are the tax levying entity for the Board of Education. And I guess unless a Board of Education went out and hired their own tax assessor and tax commissioner, that's really not going to change anytime soon. You're still relying on that county to levy taxes on behalf of the Board of Education.
And so the second part of that question, what happens if those bonds fail over the 5 to 10 year period and East Bloss is not re-upped?
Sure. So if you had, say, a long-term 20-year school bond issue outstanding, and East Bloss is being used to pay it back. As you know, East Bloss can only be approved for 5-year periods. If it failed, then it's still a general obligation debt. And so to repay that tax, the county would have to, at the direction of the Board of Education, go levy a millage rate to pay back the bonds. So, they would, through their budgeting process, determine, okay, we need 1.5 mils to pay their debt service payment next year. County, we need you to levy 1.5 mils on our behalf to pay back these school bonds.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Barrett.
In 2011, Jefferson County, Alabama, bankrupted. Has any Georgia county ever bankrupted, or has any Georgia county ever defaulted on any general obligation bonds?
So Georgia local governments are unable to declare bankruptcy. So that is not an option. I am sure there have been some close defaults maybe in the state, at least in my career, but I'm not aware of anybody in the last 25 years that's straight out defaulted on a payment.
Isn't that how Fulton County came to be?
Yeah, I think that maybe, where they carved or merged
They've called
Milton
it before
County
it
into,
happened,
Typically, and that's how the bond documents work. I mean, if you had a missed payment, the recourse for a bondholder is to bring a mandamus action against the local government to be paid. And so depending on what the obligation is, if that's a revenue bond, the water and sewer system, they could bring a mandamus action and require you to increase rates and fees to come up with enough money to pay them. That's why a lot of times, especially in a true revenue bond, you'll see rate covenants like 1.25 times coverage before someone would even be willing to underwrite the deal. They want to have that cushion of that additional 1.25 times coverage to make sure if there is a down cycle, they can be paid back. For a general obligation bond, you'd bring a mandamus action where you'd force them to go levy a tax. And so if for some reason they didn't have enough money in the general fund to cover it, they would be required to go levy a millage, property tax ad valorem, and use those funds to pay back the debt.
Have you seen that happen in Georgia?
I've seen some threats. I've certainly seen a mandamus action filed and threatened, but no, fortunately in my career, I've not seen anybody really default where, that was necessary.
Thank you.
All right, Trey, all yours, Mr.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate committee giving me some time this morning. Trey Monroe with Stiefel Nicholas and Company here in Atlanta, municipal securities principal, and I have been an investment banker or financial advisor to local governments across the state for the past 28 years. I live in Peachtree Corners. So what I was going to speak to was, as John alluded, the sort of the credit rating process and then how we get a local government to market for school bonds, county government bonds, city bonds, water sewer bonds, you name it. The key to any financing, as I'm sure everyone's aware, is the interest rate is determined by your credit quality. And so the higher your credit quality, the lower cost financing you can obtain. And the way that the rating agencies sort of assign credit ratings to local governments, it falls into four analyses, four separate buckets. They look at the local economy, which would include the tax base, your fair market value of all the business and industry that occurs in that local government, and then they look at that specific local government's financial performance. So that would be, what kind of fund balance do you maintain? What other reserves do you maintain? Is your budget balanced? Have you lived within that budget? What kind of projects do you undertake? Et cetera, et cetera. And then the third bucket, which I'll spend a little more time on in a minute, is called an institutional framework. And that is sort of the starting point for every local government in the state. And the way the rating agencies look at the framework is, what ability does a local government have to raise revenues, and what ability do they have to control spending? So if you have very independent local governments that can raise their revenues really quickly just by their board action, or if you have a way to control spending very quickly, that translates into the highest possible rating you can get on an institutional framework. And fortunately, in Georgia, every city and county starts with a AAA rating because of that institutional framework that we have in the state. By contrast, every school system in the state starts with an A rating. So that's 4 notches below where every city and county start. And the reason for that is because counties have a 20 mil cap on their M&O millage. They cannot raise revenue more than whatever 20 mils equals. So that's the institutional framework. And then the last thing that they look at is the leverage of the local government. How much money have you already borrowed? What are your pension obligations? How does that translate to what money you're having to generate every year to meet those obligations, and how much of your revenue is dedicated to those obligations? So those are kind of the 4 buckets that the rating falls into, the credit rating analysis falls into. Our job as underwriters and financial advisors, we try to help local governments assess all of those factors before it ever gets to the rating agency. And so we are doing our underwriting before it's broadcast to the world. Because when you go to the rating agency and you ask them for a public rating, they're going to give you the public rating whether it's good or bad. So we want to be pretty sure what we're going to get when we go to them. That's the credit rating process. The other thing I was going to speak on was they did put out some information on, and this is the rating agency's views on some of the legislation that Georgia has passed the past couple of years, mainly SB 33 last year and House Bill 463. Largely what the rating agencies have said is that it, incrementally will put a strain on local revenue growth. That's pretty obvious if you're capping, how much someone can raise the digest, then that could constrain revenue. It's less onerous for cities and counties because there's still no cap on their millage. It becomes a little more onerous on schools, again, because they do have that 20 mil cap on their M&O. They did like the fact that this is phased in. The law that has been put in is phased in over a period of time. And then, it did, SB 33 did make House Bill 581 mandatory, so there is no more opting out of that particular law. And that'll have a pretty big impact ultimately on, again, any jurisdictions that have caps on their millage. The most exposed local governments are probably school systems that have declining enrollments. And then, some development authorities that rely on millage from their county to fund their economic development efforts. If there's caps on, there's caps on those 1 mil or 3 mils, so those could potentially struggle over time. And then that really, I think, was about it on the rating front. Again, the main thing, I think, was telling the committee about how this institutional framework is important for local governments, and really the ability to have multiple levers to pull when you're trying to figure out how to finance and pay for a project. So not only can you access your ad valorem taxing ability, but you have these various sales taxes. Having options is always better. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on that.
Couple of questions, Chairman Martin.
Options are always good. So give me the option for the lady that's 80 years old, bought her house in 1970 for $50,000 and is now paying tax on an asset that's $800,000. I mean, what's her option, to pay or not pay the tax? Trick question. Don't do that. I'm trying to yeah, everybody wants options, but wouldn't you agree that if local governments, whether they be city, county, or school boards, have projects that are good for the public, that if they always have general obligation bonds to take, they always have the ability to go to the public and vote for that? Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, because what I'm hearing is, and I'm hearing not just from you, I'm hearing from other people. I was in local government. I get it. They have to have money to run. I want to be real clear with that, Mr. Chairman, to this. I don't deny that. But I think what we have to understand is there are gotta have and nice to have projects in local governments. And we're funding across the state, in my opinion, and I'm not at local government anymore, but we're funding those with those mandatory revenue increases to that person. And I gave an obviously, a hyperbolic, example, okay, but it goes that way. So my question is this: do you not believe that local governments have, as you said, they have ad valorem tax, they have sales tax, they have certain fees they can do, they have revenue generation, enterprise funds is what I'm going through. They have all these things to do this. Is it your testimony that somehow SB 33 or the House bill, I think it's 463, is somehow going to automatically hurt bond ratings across the state?
No, I don't think it. I think, well, the bond rating is going to be specific to every local government individually, so I don't think it's necessarily an automatic check mark against local governments in the state. I think what the rating agencies were trying to say was that things aren't as it's not as flexible as it was before the law, but there's not. That institutional framework score is only 10% of the rating makeup. So the local economy, for example, is 30%. The financial performance is 30%, and the leverage is 30%. So you have those other three buckets, aside from the institutional framework, that are very, very important in terms of what makes up that credit rating. You know, on its face, no, I would not argue that the law is going to make credit ratings worse generally.
Okay, well, that's what I'm glad to hear you say that, and I understand it does take the automatic tax increase away that people can say, you know, we didn't raise your taxes, but we raised our revenue. So my question is, given the opportunity, and you're, I think, schooled and very knowledgeable about financing and local governments, you spoke about a lot of things. Do you believe that in 2026, not just Georgia but other states, do you believe we have kind of outlived what I call the agrarian economy, where we tax everybody, you know, based on the value of the home they live in for the same services? I mean, are other states not seeing and doing things about this? And again, I want to say again, I understand school boards need money. I understand counties need money for their court system and public safety and roads. I understand the need for that money. I'm just suggesting and asking if you believe that the way we do it now is not outdated. Is it not different in 2026 than it was in the 1800s when we started funding local government with ad valorem tax?
Yeah, I think it's certainly different now. I don't think it's outdated. I think that fortunately for Georgia local governments, they're generally viewed in the market as very, very strong credits. And so most local governments in Georgia receive the very best financing terms that you can get across the country. There's states that do it a lot worse than Georgia does. And they automatically have a hard time accessing the capital markets. Georgia is fortunate that the local governments, for the most part, have operated well, and most of them have good credit ratings. So you know, it's hard to say that it's outdated when the rest of the world wants to buy the bonds.
Well, I mean, if I can just follow up, because I want to drill down on this. Local government's job is not to buy new capital things and sell bonds. No. Local government's job is to provide the things that they need from their people. So with respect to, you know, the business of financing, I would say the best businesses, you know, that are governments in Georgia are the ones that don't go in debt. Mm-hmm. I mean, there are things you go in debt for, long-term projects, long-term debt. I understand that. Yeah. But my question was related to providing services to the people that live in the city, that live in the county, that go to the schools. The fact that there's declining enrollment, you know, doesn't necessarily mean we want to make it easy for you to bond to build a new school. Sure. If there's declining enrollment, you may not need a new school. You may need to do things for those citizens. So my question is it not true that if, you know, credit's too easy to get, sometimes you spend money you don't need to spend?
Yeah.
So again, I go back to the question of, is there a better way to finance local government? I mean, I don't know if that's your direct area of expertise or not, or if you choose not to opine on that, that's fine. But I believe there is a better way, if we all work together with our local governments, and that's what the chairman's got us here to do, is to find that better way to more sustainably fund our local governments moving forward, taking into account they have monies they need to spend. Mm-hmm. And then they have monies people want them to spend, and to bifurcate that so that you take money from ad valorem tax for need to spend, and you ask people at the ballot box for things they want to spend. Would you find that a reasonable way that you know, if they raise money that way, that you could then take those bonds to the market?
Yeah, I think I mean any voter approved financing vehicle would be something that you could bring to market. I think the underwriting of it becomes, okay, what have they how have they voted to repay that obligation?
Right.
And, you know, sales taxes are great. They're elastic. You know, over time they're going to go up, they're going to go down. So it's not as steady and it's not as certain as ad valorem tax. But yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a GO bond that's been voted is going to get a little bit better credit than a bond that isn't voted. Perhaps we have, as John mentioned, the intergovernmental contract backed revenue bonds. The investing community views those almost as good as a GO, almost as good as a voted GO bond. So there's very little difference in cost between those two scenarios. I mean, I think if I'm answering your question, yeah, I think it would be beneficial.
I agree, and I appreciate the candidacy to the answer. Obviously, if you have a fixed revenue stream, I know I'm going to get this every year, no matter what. I mean, everybody would love a business like that. Yeah. I'm just suggesting that at what cost to the customer, and right now we're finding that is an onerous cost to our Georgians, and that's not again saying anything bad about any particular local government, but I love. What I heard from you is if you're going to spend money and the voters vote to approve it, everybody is, if they're not happy to repay it, they at least know why it's on their ballot, their tax bill to repay it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, if I mind, if I can interject, I think one thing to keep in mind is it's the levers approach. Property taxes, I'm all for reducing my homestead property taxes. I pay too much in property taxes, for my house. However, when you start adding exemptions for that 80-year-old woman, or you add a bigger exemption for a homeowner versus a renter, you just got to remember that lever's got to be replaced somewhere else. It's the Moody's rating mythology. We went through this with Moody's about a week ago on a phone call with Chairman Cannon. If you take away that ability, you got to make sure you can make up for it somewhere else. And so for a local government right now, you can raise money through property taxes, sales taxes, fees. That's really it. And so if you start taking away from one, you got to make up for it somewhere else to be able to keep them in the same financial position. Is the only that's just my word of caution.
Fair enough. And now you've brought something back for me. To be clear, I'm not just for the exemptions for somebody that homesteads. I think ad valorem taxes are inherently unfair when you tax unrealized value. It's the only place in America we do it. We found that if you owned a lot of timberland in Georgia, you can't afford to pay tax on that at the rate of the guy that built the subdivision next to you. So we've built Cuva and we built Flippa and we've done things because that's unsustainable to tax agricultural community, the forestry community. It's unsustainable. I'm not questioning do they deserve or need those, but we have noticed that. I contend that the taxation of non-realized gains in non-commercial enterprises is inherently unsustainable. So I agree with you. We don't need to pick out a certain group, but if it's a commercial building, typically the property tax value that's set on that is sometimes done on an income basis. So you do that. That's more valuable because they're earning income on it. But that's open for me to discussion about how we do that. But I agree with you. We don't need to pick a certain class, but I do believe we need to develop a situation where we can create a sustainable model for funding schools, counties, and cities in a manner that does not tax unrealized gains, because we don't do it any place else that I'm aware of in this country.
Good discussion. Chairman Chokas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talked earlier, Mr. Monroe, about credit ratings, and we talked about the weighted value of the credit ratings. Could you repeat that? You said 30, 30, 30, and 10. What were those 30, 30, 30, and 10?
Yes, sir. So the local economy of the local government, again, that would be their fair market value, their tax base, basically, and how that's growing or declining or how that's been performing over, usually we're looking back probably 5 years. So that's 30%. Their financial performance is 30%. So that, again, is looking at things like, can you balance your budget? Are you operating within your budget? Do you have written policies about levels of reserves that you keep, things like that? The 10% was that institutional framework that I mentioned, and again, that was how quickly can you either raise revenues or control spending. And then lastly is the leverage piece. That's 30%. And again, that is your debt and your liabilities, basically your debt and pension obligations. They measure it against the operating revenues of the government.
Gotcha. So there are so many other, in developing the credit rating, it appears to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's only 10% of the rated value that would be based on the framing of, of how they get their money.
Correct.
Either through tax or through property tax or sales tax. The question that I have is, with Chairman Martin, it is very, very similar. We're parallel on this. Is going to a sales tax, as we've discussed, would only adversely affect the credit rating by the 10% that it's rated by, if I'm understanding you correctly. And you mentioned this earlier, that when you're dealing with sales tax, it does fluctuate, but it also tends to compensate for inflation. So as inflation occurs, you're going to have increases in sales tax. So the thought process that I have is that it kind of takes care of itself as far as funding of local governments. And then to add to that, currently, our local governments receive 4% sales tax on food and 4% sales tax, or at least in Sumter County, 4% sales tax on dry goods currently, and they don't have to wait till the end of the year to get it. So when we were talking about the revenue bonds and this and that and the other, and we mentioned doing it in a fiscal year as opposed to a calendar year, this would lower the cost, in my opinion, for local governments as well. They could get their money much quicker. They could use it more efficiently for their constituents and the services that they provide, and they wouldn't have to pay or borrow other money just for operation. Would you agree with those statements?
Yeah, I think so. The one caveat I would make is with when we are underwriting strictly a sales tax alone. So if it doesn't have an ad valorem backstop, you have to consider one. How long has the tax been voted in for? So have I got 5 years to deal with? Do I have 6? Do I have 10? And then typically when we are underwriting those kinds of true sales tax obligations, we're going to make an assumption that those sales taxes are going to decline by 25%. So we're not bonding 100% of what they expect to collect. We would never suggest someone do that, and that's to make sure that you don't have a problem. So we generally will haircut the sales tax 25% and then bond up to that level. So I think the short answer, yes, I think you're correct, but it might impact what you're able to finance. So if you had to build a new courthouse, or if you had to build a new jail, and it was going to cost you $100 million, and your 6-year tax only brings in $60 million, well, you can't build it. You're going to have to wait until that tax gets collected. So you've got $60 million that you've collected. Then you're going to have to get another one approved, and then you can go build your courthouse or your jail. So while the need might be, hey, we need this in the next 2 years, under that scenario, we're not really going to be able to build this for another 8. Okay. So that would be kind of the one caveat to that.
Thank you.
Okay, we got 4 questions that we need to move on. So first one up, Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be real quick to kind of follow up on Chairman Martin and Chairman Chokas's question here, just kind of thinking through the process. You went through the 4 components, and I know these are just general terms and kind of putting things into large buckets, the 30, 30, 30, 10, okay? Let's just assume or make the consideration that we were to take all or a large portion of ad valorem tax and convert it to a consumption-based tax. I am assuming those credit ratings and the formulas used and the components used to consider those would invariably change. Suddenly, the tax base of the area becomes less important because you're not charging based on tax base, you're charging based on a consumption. And we have a lot of communities in our state that have a significant tax base, but very little taxable consumption. So is that a safe assumption that suddenly the formula to determine credit ratings for local economies and local governments would severely alter?
I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for the rating agencies on how they would adjust their methodology in that scenario. I think the state could expect a rewrite of the methodology, or at least of how the rating agencies assess local governments in the state.
Okay, thank you.
President Barrett.
Thank you so much for clarifying on that 30, 30, 30, 10. At first I thought, because I've heard sort of hyperbolic comments about municipalities' ability to borrow money as a result of legislation, and I thought that just sounds, I'm a former bank CEO, and I thought that sounds far-fetched to me, and balance sheets matter a lot too, and leverage matters an awful lot as well, and how you are you a good steward of the resources you're entrusted with as a community. Have you seen any potential downgrades of any of your clients or anyone because of any legislation that has occurred or been discussed?
For me, no, I have not. I think that largely the legislation that's gone in has really been viewed kind of in a revenue neutral sort of vein, for lack of a better word.
Okay. So. Interest rates on municipal bond financing rates are incredibly low, even now. The delta between, Forsyth County School System, for example, has a AAA bond rating. Forsyth County has a AAA bond rating. So there's not a disparity between the two in spite of that 20 mil cap. And of course, the 10% part we're talking about, we're distinguishing between residential property, primary residence, and all commercial property too, right? And so it's actually, of the 10%, it's even a small component, right?
Correct.
So overall, you're not losing any sleep that your clients are going to go away because of anything we've talked about, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Horner.
Thank you, Chairman. As we build on this discussion, I have a quick question as well. So you say you have basically a 25% handicap when it comes to sales taxes. Does property taxes have that 25% handicap? And specifically when it comes to Catoosa County, what we're trying to do is we're moving away from homestead property taxes and just going to put it on the general, because we have such a big property tax digest, we can raise our property taxes accordingly. If we do that and we go, say, from 15 to 18, does any of their credit bond ratings change due to them having a slimmer capability of going up due to that mill cap at 20?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood that question. So you're going to increase the millage from 15 to 18,
and then we're going to offset the homestead. And there's other things
okay.
we're going to do, but that's
Yeah.
my more concern is if we go from 15 to 18 and you have 2 mills left, does that affect their bond rating at all? Because there's a less wiggle room there.
I can't say definitively it would change the bond rating, but as you get closer to your 20 mil cap, you have less headroom to operate with if there was something unforeseen that happens. So yes, it would impact the analysis because you're shrinking the headroom that you have on the 20 mils, but I couldn't tell you that it would automatically change the rating.
Okay, and does the property tax have any effect on the 25%? You said a sales tax has a 25% handicap. Does property taxes?
Well, so on a voted GO, no, because as John explained, you have to make that payment regardless of what happens to your tax base. whether it requires 1 mil or 7 mils, you have to make the payment. But if we were looking at other types of financing, like an example is, hospital authority, for example, that might get some support in the form of ad valorem millage for indigent care services that the hospital in that county is providing. When they're assessing, okay, well, how much can we commit to this? In that scenario, we would look at, well, look, if you want to do X millions of dollars to your hospital, that translates into this many mills. Are you comfortable assessing that additional millage? Or if you're not, then we need to look at how much money you're willing to commit or what you can commit and determine, if it's something that you can live with. So there are situations where we would contemplate a dollar amount that we felt was not going to result in something go over, say, 3/4 of a mil or half a mil or a mil and a half, whatever that local government was looking to live within. We would try to be conservative on that.
I'll tell you one clarification on geodebt. Sure, if you issue the bonds, you've got to pay them back. However, there is a 10% debt limitation in the state constitution. So a local government cannot borrow more than 10% of its tax base in the forms of bonded debt. So that is a safeguard in the state constitution that applies actually to the state of Georgia as well as local governments.
Including school systems?
Correct.
Thank you.
Chairman McDonald.
I'll wait.
All right.
Lunch.
All right. Good. Great discussion. A lot of in-depth. Good discussion. That was a pretty in-depth discussion there. So that's the purpose of the committee, is gather the facts, and I think we gathered the facts. Thank you for your testimony. We got ACCG, GMA, and GSBA next. That'll close us out. We have a hard stop at 1 o'clock, so let's get done. We'll be out of here. Again, thanks for the committee. That's right. You guys are the last ones between us and lunch. Appreciate the committee's time and patience this morning, afternoon already. All right.
All up there at the same time?
Come on up. Yeah, y'all come on up. Make each other smile.
Oh, we might have too many people.
How many we got?
I think we'll have to break it up.
All right, well, come on up first, ACCG, GMA second, and school board third. Let's keep it short and quick if we can.
You can sit there if you want. Okay.
Floor's all yours.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. Clint Mueller, the Deputy Director at ACCG, Association of County Commissioners of Georgia. I've got Nathan Corbett with me. Nathan is our revenue and finance lobbyist for ACCG. So I'll be real brief because I know you've got other speakers. I just wanted to point out a few things we'd like the committee to think about as you continue to deliberate on what you can do to help local governments across the state in this session in regards to finance and auditing. So on the financing side, one area where we do have difficulty obtaining financing at times is especially for those mandated services that counties provide, like courthouses and jails, in particular jails. I don't think jails are popular, right? Nobody wants to pay for a jail, yet we have to have one. And if we don't, then obviously we can get sued and the federal government can come down and tell us we're going to do it anyways. And so it's really not an option. You will have a jail. It will meet certain criteria. And we've got a lot of jails across our state right now that are reaching their useful life. So that means one of two things. Either we've got to do extensive renovations to bring them up to where they need to be, or we have to tear them down and build a new one. Both of those are very, very costly. I don't know if you've looked at what it costs per square foot to build a jail, but it's extremely high. So right now we don't have a lot of options for financing things like jails. We could certainly do a GO bond, but that is, you've already heard today, is subject to voter referendum. So if the voters will approve that, we certainly could do that. If the voters don't approve it, we're stuck. We can't do that. You've also heard today about using authorities. We can do that. The thing that some counties have those authorities, some counties do not have those authorities. Some counties have those authorities, but they're basically not operational anymore. They were put on the books years and years ago, and there is no board, there is no administrative structure there. So whether we can use those authorities varies place to place in the state of Georgia. What we would like for you all to consider is the possibility of creating a state type of authority, similar to what we have now with GFA for water and sewer. We also have we have GTIB, the Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank, that makes loans for transportation projects, right? But we don't have any entity like that for things like jails. So could the state create some sort of an entity that any local government, any county across the state could use, if they chose to finance something like a jail project? So it would be a mandatory capital project like a jail. You could expand it broader if you want to do public safety in general. If you want to do courthouses, you could go broader than jails. But I think at the very least we need to look at how do we finance jails, and this would be a way to do that. It would help too from an economic standpoint. Obviously, if you got a state entity, then the administration, because there's reporting requirements that go along with these financings. There's a lot of administrative work that goes along with these financings. And instead of having those scattered all across the state in these little authorities that really wouldn't exist other than to do a single financing, it would make sense to have one entity do them so they can handle all of those financing. So that's our first request. Another request we have, and this came about obviously with Hurricane Helene, but it continues. It's not new, but I think we really recognized it strongly with the costs associated with the cleanup after Hurricane Helene. We need bridge loans for our local governments when it comes to doing disaster debris cleanup. For some of our counties, the debris cleanup alone was more than their total annual budget. They don't have cash sitting in the bank to pay for that, and they can't get financing for it. And so in a lot of our counties, they had to work with a subcontractor that was willing to, actually the subcontractor would go out and take on the debt. But then the contractor, whoever does the debris cleanup, they're going to charge the government the cost of that debt. It's got to be reimbursed. So anyways, we have this gap in funding where we're waiting for the federal dollars to come down. And as you all know, it can take years, 2-3 years or more, to get your federal dollars. Yet we've got the contractors that did the work and the local governments that are supposed to fund it not really able to deal with it, especially in our small counties. So in other states, the states have set up what we call bridge loans, where they will fund the cleanup costs, pay the contractors, and then when the federal dollars come down, then obviously the state is reimbursed. So the question does come up, what happens if the federal dollars don't come down or something like that? Are the local governments then going to be on the hook? Yes, the local governments ultimately should be on the hook, right? If those federal dollars never come down, then the local governments are going to have to find a way to pay for that. But we would like for you all to consider bridge loans when it comes to paying for disaster cleanup. One more thing under finance. There's a lot of financial information that local governments have to provide to the state of Georgia. We have to submit to you all our annual audit. We have to submit to you our budgets. There's the report of local government finances that we submit to the Department of Community Affairs. These are all going sometimes to different places. You know, the audit goes to the state auditor, Board of Local Government Finances goes to DCA. We would like for you all to think about a central portal, and I think we attempted this years ago with the Kaufman Institute of Government, but where it's easier to get this information in and out of the system, because I think not only for each local government, making it easy for them to get their financial information into the state system, but then to compare their information against other local governments and to be able to do some things like that. We'd like for you to think about maybe looking at some kind of a central portal for that. And then on the audit side, I'll just say this one issue regarding audits. You can't make good decisions if you don't have good information. And one of the areas where counties struggle, especially our county commissioners, is understanding where all the local funding is going when it comes to the court system. You know, with our various levels of state court, superior court, DAs, defense attorneys, the whole thing. We've got a lot of counties that are in multi-county judicial circuits. So they're being asked to pay their piece of the bill, but their piece of the bill may be only 1/5 or 1/8 of the total bill, right? And so the money that they pay, that's in their audit. But as far as what the money is actually being used for, there is no audit. So what we would ask is that the state consider, and especially in these multi-county judicial circuits, doing an audit of the judicial circuit and providing that audit information back to the counties so we can see where all the money is getting spent. There's a lot of efficiencies we think we can look at when it comes to the court systems. For instance, you all passed some legislation a couple of years ago that allows us in limited situations to start using recording technology instead of having to have a court reporter in the courtroom. That could save money, right? But we just don't know what we don't know because we're not getting good financial information because there is no central audit on the multi-judicial circuits. So that would be another ask. So I know I've thrown a lot at you, and I'll stop there. If you've got any questions, be happy to answer those.
Two quick questions. Who was first there? Chairman Chokas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, how are you today?
Good.
Thank you for your observations and your comments. And I noticed when you were talking about jails, you were looking straight at me. So I can appreciate where you're coming from as far as having some kind of state authority overlooking something that was, it's necessary. It's not a want. It's a need. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about the ad valorem tax, and this is something that was brought to me by the executive director of ACCG. And I've got a county in my district, Chattahoochee County, and it's got a small property tax base because most of the county is owned by Fort Benning and utilized by Fort Benning. And up to now, including now, the federal government has not been making any payments in lieu of taxes. And so the county has to provide services with a small portion that is owned by the citizens of the county. And when Mr. Wills and I talked, he said that if we had gone to an ad valorem tax, that 1% that we discussed earlier, that Chattahoochee County would come out with a huge windfall because they would get an extra penny sales tax off of all the goods and services sold at Fort Benning, and it would more than offset the revenue instead of taxes from the federal government. And I didn't know if there were other counties like that you were aware of.
So we have taken a look at the ad valorem amounts and the sales tax amounts, and it does vary across the state. So in that example, sales tax may be a better alternative to property tax because they do produce a good bit of sales tax per capita. They don't produce so much property tax per capita. Harris County to your north is a little different, right? They produce a lot of property tax per capita because apparently they've got some pretty nice homes in that county. But they don't have as much retail, so they don't produce as much sales tax per capita. So there's sort of two ends of the spectrum there. One county that probably be better to rely more heavily on sales tax. Another one that's going to have to figure out if they want to move to a sales tax, where they're going to get the new sales tax revenue from. But to your question, it does vary greatly across the state as far as the proportion of sales tax or property tax. And like you heard with the previous speaker, your property tax digest can be very different than your retail base and what you can collect in sales tax for that area.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, may I have a follow-up?
Yes, let's do it quickly.
Yes, sir. Didn't we have a similar situation when we did about the regional commissions and we talked about funding for transportation, and we decided to group several counties together to offset that disparity? And how has that been working?
So yes, that's the only place in the state where we share sales tax on a regional basis, and we've got 4 of those regions in the state. And apparently they must be working well because they've all been, I think, renewed now. Maybe one that hasn't been renewed, the last. But anyways, the voters apparently like it because that runs on a 10-year cycle, and they have to renew it for another 10 years. And I think at least 3 of the 4 have been renewed for another 10 years. And in particular, the rural counties that maybe are not in the retail hub, they like it. They can generate. Well, I remember when we looked at those numbers, we found that a rural county could generate from a fraction of a penny, maybe 10% of a penny, as much as they would generate from a full penny just in their county. So yes, that has been, I think, really popular in the places that have that. But that's the only place where we do it, is just for transportation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative Neal.
Yes, thank you to the chair. Thank you for your testimony. And just to highlight the first portion of your testimony, I did draft a bill that does most of what you're talking about, House Bill 1080, called the Georgia Public Safety Support Fund Act. It is bipartisan, supported by both sides. The signers are me and 3 other chairmen, one of which is Chair Chokas. And what it does is allows for public and private dollars to be put into a fund. The fund is administered through the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council because they offer these types of grants anyway. And so what it would do is, what we found is during COVID, so many businesses wanted to give to government and help out police, help out different entities, but they couldn't because a vessel didn't exist. So the way the public partnership, the public-private fund works is, if a business or any other entity wants to give, they can do so. If they want it to be for debris cleanup or something like that, you would let the coordinating council know so they can, run it through their board to provide those funds for that reason. In addition to that, if the state wants to then allocate funds just to, fund the fund in general, they can do that in the same process, whether you're a court, whether you're a law enforcement agency, whether you need a jail, whether you need to update your technology at the courts, whatever it might be. You submit in for the grant, tell the coordinating council what you need, and the money would be granted to you as long as the funds are available. So the entity that's doing that will be doing that under this bill, is the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and I've already spoken to their executive director a while ago on this, so we're all in coordination on it. And moving forward next year, I will be redrafting the bill, so if we could get the support of an entity such as yourself, we could get the measure through.
Great, thank you. I'll make sure that we look at it. We're doing policy development right now, so I'll make sure that they are considering that.
House Bill 1080.
1080, great.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is real quick. You brought it up, so hopefully there's some backstory to this too. The problem with jails is not building them, it's paying for them. And you had mentioned the possibility of a state level, for lack of better words, a facilities financing authority. Okay, what would be the repayment source for that? I mean, currently we have payment options locally through GO bonds, through annual appropriation leases, through authorities, that sort of thing. How would having, it's my understanding that getting the money itself is not the problem. It's getting it getting the ability to repay that money approved by the voters or approved by your commissions is where the problem is. So I'm just wondering how a statewide authority would affect that.
Well, it doesn't really change that because they're doing it now with these individual local authorities that you have an intergovernmental agreement contract in place, and they've got to figure a revenue source or multiple revenue sources to pay it back. It'd be the same way if we had a state authority. That wouldn't change, and it could be a mix of revenue sources. But to your point, it doesn't provide a revenue source. The local government still, you're not going to be able to take out the loan unless you've tell the bondholders and those that are paying for the debt where you're going to get the money to pay it back, and obviously that goes back to the credit rating and that kind of thing. So that's still an issue, is where you're going to get the money. I will say though that like with SPLOST, which we use a lot for capital projects, it's a 5-year, usually 6-year time frame. That's not enough to cover the jail, and you would probably have to have multiple SPLOST for that to be a viable source. And also counties are concerned about eating up too much of the SPLOST with jails, because then you have enough for everything that the public really wants, right? They don't really want the jail, but it's necessary. And so I think the authority gives us a little more flexibility, but you're still going to have to figure out the revenue sources to back that debt.
One of the things I'd like for us to talk about and look at some point, and I've had some discussion with some of our regional commissions about this, is the statute that creates our regional commissions is very broad, gives them a lot of options and opportunities. Of course, it'd be different because you've got different counties with different age of infrastructure and that sort of thing, but I could see a tremendous amount of benefit to having regional detention centers that are funded through a combination of usage fees along with some other fees to help cover that cost, but that could be a potential long-term huge cost savings for our counties.
I think regionalism is a great idea. We just need to work with y'all to figure out how we make it work. We do have law that allowed for regional jails. To my knowledge, it was only used once. It was actually, I think, Union and Towns County that formed a regional jail, and that since has been disbanded. I don't know why they disbanded it, but nobody else has done it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate the time on this. Our GMA, you're on up. 2 more to go, then we got lunchtime. All right, floor is y'all's. GMA, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm DJ Waller with the Georgia Municipal Association, representing all 536 cities. To my left is Emily Davenport on our member services team, and I brought my attorney with me, Ryan Bowersox, who is our assistant general counsel. I want to provide some context on municipal audits and what can cause cities, particularly our smaller ones, to fall behind in completing them. First, cities understand the importance of audits. They're a key part of transparency, accountability, and making sure public dollars are properly managed. But when a city hasn't completed an audit, especially a smaller one, the reasons are often more complicated than a simple unwillingness to comply. Georgia cities vary widely in administrative and financial capacity. In many smaller cities, a single staff member handles nearly every function of government: financial records, budgeting, revenue collection, open record requests, and sometimes even cutting the grass. When that person leaves, the city often loses the institutional knowledge behind its financial records, and their successor may need to reconcile or correct those records before an auditor can even begin. There's also the cost. For a small city with limited revenue, preparing for and completing an audit can eat up a significant share of its available resources. And once the city falls behind, catching up gets harder. None of this means accountability should be diminished, but it does mean we should be asking a slightly different question. Rather than whether a city complete a full audit on a fixed timeline, the question should be, what does the state actually need from these cities, consistently and reliably, to know their funds are being properly managed? For many of our smaller cities, the core goal can be met without the same audit structure built for governments with far more resources and far more complex finances. That's why a big part of why House Bill 244 mattered to us. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where you went, but thank you for that. It created a more flexible, tiered financial reporting system for smaller local governments, reducing the cost and complexity of full audits while maintaining oversight. That may sound modest, but for a city working through a staff vacancy or a records backlog, it's the difference between falling further out of compliance and having a real structured path to catch up. It doesn't lower the bar. It gives cities a way to meet that bar without non-compliance penalties stacking up while they do the work. Our goal is the same as everyone on this committee: to have cities that are financially accountable, audits and reports completed, and a realistic path to get there. The real question is, how can we help communities reach compliance when the issue is capacity, not willingness? Our member services team works directly with our cities on these challenges, and rather than speak hypothetically, I'll turn it over to Emily from that team, who can share specific examples on what we're seeing on the ground.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Emily Davenport. I'm a member service consultant for the Georgia Municipal Association. I have personally served in local government for over 24 years now. I work with regional commissions, cities, as well as GMA now for 7 years. So if you're not familiar with our member service consultant team is when you think about our GR team and our legislative team up here at the Capitol working with you all day in and day out, making sure stuff's happening, that's our job at the member services team. There's 7 of us, and we represent all throughout the state. When I started with GMA, it was March 23rd of 2020, and I think we all know what happened right about that time. The world shut down. As we started getting calls in, I can still remember one of the calls I got from one of my mayors in Southwest Georgia was talking about how they were running low on funding. My first thought, because I was raised on accountability and have a tight budget at my house, and my first thing to him was, and I actually said this, was, where's your rainy day fund? And he said, well, Miss Emily, he said, we had a rainy day fund. He said, but in 2018, we had Hurricane Michael that hit us. He said in April of 2020, we had an EF1 tornado hit us, and now we've got this pandemic, and it's just gone. This is a pretty substantial sized community in our area. Now, granted, when I say substantial, it's still small because I'm in South Georgia. As we started hearing these conversations, this was happening all across the board. In addition to that, what we also started hearing is we were getting calls about people that were dying. We had people who were retiring because I think we all remember there was a massive shift that happened during the pandemic. And one of those key examples of what we saw was actually a CPA that works in Southeast Georgia. He represented probably at least 10 of my cities that I'm aware of, and when he got sick with COVID, the cities that he was working with were like, we're going to wait on him. He's going to get better. He ended up in ICU. By February of 2021, he died. So that city had been waiting along with several others. He had their records. And so, of course, they were trying to wait, but obviously they were not expecting a death. In cases like that, what we saw across the board, it doesn't just happen in South Georgia, it happened across our state with several other CPAs. What we then saw is we started seeing that people were having harder and harder times getting with CPAs. So what happened, if you've been with somebody long-standing, we found that they either were getting out, whether death or retirement. We found that they were no longer taking on additional clients, and the reason for that being is because it's so cumbersome in terms of what you're dealing with government auditing. And then next from that, we just had some who said, we're going to be CPAs, but we're not going to do government auditing at all. So when you already have a difficult situation and then you start finding that, it really pushed a lot of cities into having to get in with bigger firms. So what that meant is we had some cities that paid on average $7,500 to maybe $10,000 a year for an audit. I'm sure y'all probably know y'all's audits are much more than that in your own home communities and areas. Now they're looking at $25,000 and plus. And so when you think about that small community, you're dealing with that. That's also if you're just looking at paying for an audit. We've talked a lot about where that challenges is in capacity. So if you're you're able to do your own bank reconciliation, get all your financials ready for that audit, you're just paying that 25 plus. If you have to pay somebody else to come in and do that for you, they're looking at easy another 10 to 15,000. So again, these are low numbers, but these are actual things that people are having to deal with. And so when we look at that and we think about the continuous things we've already heard some information today about Hurricane Helene. We also had Hurricane Idalia. I live in Valdosta. I've been hit by each of it. I am still recovering from those storms. And you think about the volume and the increase of what it's done. Our partners at ACCG just mentioned about just the cleanup alone. When we had some of our cities, we had those expenses as well. And I know for me personally, we had several cities that because money had gotten so tight through all of this, that what they ended up having to do is they actually had to take out bank loans as they waited for the FEMA money to come in. Now that's significant, y'all, when you're thinking about they're having to take out loans, knowing that they've got to pay those loans back and waiting for FEMA. And so we had some even that weren't even just waiting for Helene, but we're still waiting for Idalia funding. So that is significant when we're looking at these issues that are being faced by our cities that are also understaffed. More and more is happening. But again, when we look at it, I think the things that you're doing with House Bill 244, this is going to be, I mean, I don't want to say a game changer, but I feel like it's going to be a major change in what we're doing going forward. Because again, we want people to be accountable. We want to make sure that they're getting those things done. And I can tell you right now, there's a lot of sleepless nights from our cities. And actually, I talked to one on Friday because I reached out to her because she's never on the list for audits. She's on there for the 2025. I'm sorry, when I say she, the clerk. And I reached out to her, and she did. She started to get emotional. And she's like, I apologize that I'm getting emotional. It's like, it's just difficult when we hear people say that we're going to get our charters pulled or people think we don't care. And we do. We're doing everything that we can. And when I got to talking to her more about it, when she looks at it, she did her part. Like as the city, because she's the clerk, the finance person, the HR director, she does it all. And this particular city has a population of 750 people, and their budget, and guess what it is? $2.58 million. So they're not even going to benefit from this, but I can tell you right now, they're doing their work, they're getting it done. And what happened for them is they're behind because of their auditor. And when I asked them, they're like, we're getting that to them. But again, we've got such a backlog with our auditors trying to get everything done to meet all these requirements. So I think what we're looking at with this going into effect July 1st, and goodness, if y'all can make it go back for those who are behind right now, my thing is I think you're going to see a difference. I think you're going to see a change in this. Are we going to still have some of our trouble ones? Yes, that's going to be there. But our hope is that we can get each and every one of them. But when we look at those different things that are happening, I can tell you right now, I've personally been to over 400 of our cities in the state of Georgia. Personally, I photograph them, I see them, I talk to the people, and my thing is this: at every single day when I ended, I am so proud of what we do because I believe majority of the people that are out there representing our communities, staff as well as elected officials, genuinely care about it, and they don't want to be in this. They don't like to see that dashboard of the Department of Audits that shows them not compliant. But trust me, that is an amazing thing that they put together. I love it. I send it to my elected officials. I'm like, nobody can say that they're not accountable because it's right here for everybody else to see. And the partnerships that we have with the Department of Audits and GFA and so many other agencies like DCA, we are working together day in and day out to make sure that we're getting that information, those resources to them. So again, I can't say thank you enough. I really want to say thank you to the nearly 300 cities that are going to be impacted by this change in terms of the financial requirements that they're going to have to be doing, whether it's your audit, your agreed upon procedures, or the special provisions. These are the steps that we've needed for a really long time. And I'm thankful that we are actually getting to the table, we're having these conversations, and we're finding solutions. Because at the end of the day, that's really, I think, what we're here for, and especially as member service consultants at GMA and our teams, we want to make sure that we're making those things happen for you all.
Is that it?
That's it.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? All right, I think we're going to let HB 244 work itself out. I think it's, making some progress. So we heard the suggestion from the state auditor is let it play out and see if we can make adjustments to it over time. That sounds pretty good to me. All right, Georgia School Board Association, you're the last one. You got 2 minutes. I'm just kidding. All right, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. Appreciate being here with you. Justin Pauley, the Director of Policy and Governmental Relations at the Georgia School Boards Association. I know we're out of time, so Mr. Chairman, I will submit the details of my comments to you for the committee in respect for the time, but I'm just going to touch on the highlights of what I wanted to talk to you all about. And so in that, as it relates to audits, the General Assembly passed 2 major bills around audits for school districts. And the one touched on by Chairman Anderson, HB 1164, that provides a lot of fiscal monitoring and intervention specifically for school districts. There's a tiered system that each school district will go into. It's got a lot of detail in it, so I won't go into all of that now, but I'll include some of that information in my written report. In addition to that, Senate Bill 472 is more or less fiscal intervention. So if there are major issues, the state does have repercussions for those school districts, so that we don't get into an incredibly challenging position as we've all seen here lately. Next, as far as the alternative investments and the loan options for local governments, really just wanted to make sure that y'all are aware. We appreciate what the State Treasurer's Office is doing around this, but we just want to maintain that flexibility, the local decision-making, and just the options, not to be mandated, but just have options to consider for these school districts. And just want to make sure that, with the state auditor, the state treasurer, it does provide an extra level of oversight. And I know we didn't use that word earlier, but it's just a way to ensure that these things, as indicated earlier, are properly regulated. So that's really what the major areas I wanted to touch on. Happy to have further discussions. I know we're out of time, but if there's any questions, also happy to answer.
Chairman Martin, go ahead.
Question/request. It was mentioned earlier, if you were here for the whole meeting, about the tax anticipation notes. That's something that actually in the last session, 25-26 session, I didn't introduce because I wasn't asked to again, but it had previous 2 sessions introduced that. For my school board in Fulton County, we passed it in the House without a dissenting vote. The Senate didn't get around to it. I would encourage you to get with our friends across the hall and let's try to do that next year. I think it's very very timely, given the issues. And I just want to bring that up. I think that's an important thing for our school systems to not be stressed. I know mine right now is working, to get past something that's not of their own making. Mr. Chairman, it's what somebody talked about the tax. Somebody could tell us what the tax commissioner did. That's a bit biblical, if you know what I mean. So I'll just encourage you to help them with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman Martin. Anybody else from the committee? All right, appreciate your time, appreciate your patience. Thanks for the witnesses today providing testimony. Next meeting will be in Moultrie, September 23rd, Wednesday, September 23rd. We'll see. We'll see y'all then. This committee is adjourned.